All right. Hello, everyone at home, and welcome to the Dunedin WCQ happening right now, live in front of your face at Dice Jar Games. Looks like we've been taken straight to game one with Roger Yan versus Dino Spasovsky. Notably, Dino, our Oceanic Champion winner of 2022. So, pretty exciting game to start it off. It's been a little while since I've commentated. It's nice to be back. Thank you very much to Greg for having us. And okay, we're right off to the bat. Roger is activating Unexpected Die. Appears to be on the Rikus and Avalon deck. No idea what Dino is on. Trying to get an idea of his cards in hand. It looks like... Is that a Sky Striker? So yeah, we're getting right into the thick of this combo. It's an Avalon. Notably, quite an intensive, long combo deck. So we might be here for a little while. Dino just taking time to read Sunvine Sowing there. But yeah, I am Ellie. I am one of your commentators today. I will be joined later by Joe Macdonald. Probably around round 2 or 3. He's currently preoccupied. But for now, I'm here. I'm going to bring you the best coverage that I can on my lonesome. So we see here, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring is chained to Sunvine Sowing, effectively an emergency teleport for a Sunvine monster. Pretty strong. We can see here, Roger has followed it up with a Rika Princess, card that allows itself to be summoned if you control a plant. In fact, no, just if anything, and then you're locked into plants while it's on the field. And then we have Rika Glamour. So we're going to tribute the Rika Princess. Dino just checking to see if that is live, I suppose. I presume here we're going to add a Mudan. Primula. Fair enough. Rika Glamour, because a plant was tributed, able to search 2 plants, provided that they share a level. And you search at least 1 Rika monster. Adding here the Cactus Bouncer, a notable tech card. Prevents either player from special summoning. You can see here Primula activating in a new chain because a plant was tributed, summoning itself. Roger tallying out how this combo is going to go. Does not have access to the Rika field spell right now, which is a pretty critical part of this deck. But there we see committing the normal summon to Rika Petal. Now we're going to add, yeah, looks like the Mudan, which can then tribute to summon itself, and then on field can search the Rika field spell. So, you know, we're playing through. Notably, one of the interesting things about this deck is it uses the Sun Avalon cards to almost bait out something like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Now, you have to interact with the Sun Avalon cards because they present so much interaction. And then because the deck doesn't often use its normal summon, you can just follow it up with something like Rika Petal and still get to the optimal end board. But there we see Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit chained to the effect of Rika Concon. A fantastic play by Dino there. We do have the Princess, though. Notably, Princess can activate in Graveyard, tribute 1 of the Rika. So effectively, Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit traded for the Princess and the Rika on field. So still not terrible. But the Concon is a remarkable grind game engine. Every turn, if you control a Rika monster, is able to set a Rika spell or trap, including Rika Glamour, and it can be activated that turn. And then, of course, has the effect that if you were to tribute a plant to activate a Rika effect, you contribute an opponent's monster as if it was a plant instead. So grabbing Rika Sheet there, usually the get if you are looking to interact with your opponent on their turn, can target a monster and it cannot activate its effects. If you tributed a plant to activate this effect, you take control of it. So hopefully looking to get that juicy +1 by tributing 1 of Dino's monsters to take another 1 of Dino's monsters. That is generally how you want to play the card. 2 hand traps from Dino. Still trying to make out what it is in his hand that he's playing. So all of you joining us at home today, welcome. This is a WCQ. This is a regional level event. So people are bringing their all. You know, this is a pretty competitive event. Dino, an Auckland player, so he's flown down to Dunedin for this. Shuffling through his hand. Oh, okay. Was not a Sky Striker card. That is an Evil Eye Unleashed. This is a new card from Photon Hypernova, and anyone who reads it will suddenly go, huh? It is effectively Foolish Burial and Foolish Burial Goods for cost to add an Evil Eye equip. And anyone who knows a thing about Evil Eye will know that sending Evil Eye cards from deck to graveyard is pretty good. All right, so we're going to send, I believe that is the new card out of Photon Hypernova that allows itself to be summoned, and we're going to send an Evil Eye of Gorgonio and an Evil Eye of Selene from deck to hand. Pretty pivotal card for the strategy. Roger having to read every one of these cards. Evil Eye is a very interesting deck. It got support in Infinity Chasers and then has proceeded to get pretty significant levels of support, especially this new card out of Photon Hypernova. I mean, it is truly, you know, a card of all time. There we can see banishing the Evil Eye of Gorgonio, discarding an Evil Eye to search an Evil Eye spell trap or card. I can't remember. But we can grab the Evil Eye Pareidolia, which is, I mean, again, when you read these Evil Eye cards, you have to imagine this deck. It reads like a tier 1 deck. It's crazy. Like, Pareidolia, when activated, can add an Evil Eye monster. It also has a kind of Lyrilisk Recital Starling effect, where you can make your opponent take battle damage, and if it's destroyed, it floats. Now, one of the issues Dino might have is that Ricochet taking control of his normal summon might be a pretty significant interruption. A lot of the Evil Eye cards require you to control an Evil Eye. But depending on what's left in his hand, might still be okay here. Right? Active, you know, adding Cerziel, the poster child normal summon of the deck. Roger, 2 face down spell and traps. So one thing Roger has to keep in mind in this matchup is it is very unlikely that Dino will even need to commit more than 1 monster. So that card Ricochet is most effective probably right now, instead meaning an infinite impermanence on the Cerziel. I hesitate to agree with this because we have the Familiar in the graveyard, although obviously Cerziel's effect is quite significant. You know, rereading Rika Konkon, making sure that this is going to work out the way he likes. Now, of course, if Dino commits a second monster to the field, that Ricochet is probably the end of the turn. Does he Pot of Prosperity in his hand? No, we're just going to battle phase. Going to have Cerziel attack into Mudan. Roger thinking, do I want to let this resolve? I mean, I guess it's now or never for the Rika sheet. There it is. Attribute the Sun Avalon. No, thinking about it. Right, we are activating another new card out of Photon Hypernova. It looks very similar to one of the other cards, Medusa, so I'm going to have to look up its name. But I do recall that it has a quick effect to summon itself from the graveyard if you control an Evil Eye monster. That is Basil Trees. So Basil Trees to the field. Main phase 2, activating that Pot of Prosperity. I was correct, that was a Pot of Prosperity, so whatever Dino is looking for here is probably something to interact with Roger on his next turn. We know Roger has Cactus Bouncer in hand. One other interesting thing about Basil Trees is it has a quick effect to link summon. So when Dino gets back that Surzeal in the end phase, he will have the material to make something like a Gorgon, which is a quick effect to negate if equipped with Evil Eye of Selene. Yeah, Evil Eye, a deck that I actually personally quite like. Like a lot of deck building archetypes, it didn't necessarily hit the ground running. It arguably lacked like the ceiling required for a deck to be tiered. But I've always thought the cards were phenomenal. They have, you know, a spell and trap negate counter trap. They have like a double compulsory evacuation device. They have a lot of interesting battle phase related effects that allow them to turn their monsters into sort of like Ally of Justice Catasta. Kind of one of the poster children of an archetype with fantastic monster and spell trap support, but not quite enough swarming or board presence to necessarily power through. And then we see Dino activating Called by the Grave, getting rid of Rika Petal so it doesn't come back during the end phase, equipping Basil Triss with Evil Eye of Selene, setting one and passing. So the other effect of Basil Triss is that you can also use Evil Eye equip spells. So that means something like a Zerziel could come out here once we get the Surzeal back. However, the effect is only live if it's equipped. Passing back to Roger. Now we know without that Rika Petal, Roger's hand has a Cactus Bouncer. Not a ton going on in terms of follow-up, but we do have the Rika Concon, which is certainly a strong follow-up. Being able to set something like a Rika Glamour, tribute one of Dino's monsters. Roger reading Basil Triss again. So the two cards, yeah, I believe two cards out of Photon Hypernova were Basil Triss and Unleashed, and they do form the backbone of an incredibly powerful combo. Notably because Basil Triss is a monster you can send off of Evil Eye Unleashed, effectively adding as an extender. And here we are going to use Surzeal, using its effect to destroy a card here. Okay. Roger sets the card off of Concon, but has lost his Mudan. Now we are using Rika Glamour. Going to tribute the Surzeal. Does tribute as cost. So no chance to respond here from Dino. There we go, we lose the Selene. Then we activate Evil Eye Unleashed. Not Unleashed. Retribution? God, it's been a while since I've read all these cards. You have to keep up with me, people. Doing my best. Currently on my own, I'm Ellie, bringing you the WCQ. I will be joined by Joe Macdonald in short time, once he is available. Yes, that is Evil Eye Retribution, so negating the spell trap effect. And then we normal summon the Cactus Bouncer and say, okay, I'm happy enough with a simplified game state. Deciding just to attack, set one card and pass. So we do not know what that card is. That is the card that Roger drew for turn. I'm going to guess it's Infinite Impermanence based on what he has shown us so far, but there's also a chance it could be a second copy of Rika Sheet. Activating the, well, Monster Reborn of the archetype. Evil Eye Awakening. Also can summon from the deck if you control an Evil Eye equip. And then Surzeal will add Unleashed. And then we just get to do this again. This card is just incredible for the deck. Yeah, an add off of Surzeal that just gets you everything you like. the relevant thing here is that pretty much all of the Evil Eye equipped spells have a graveyard effect. Gorgonio, as we saw earlier, has the effect to banish itself and then discard an Evil Eye spell trap to search for any Evil Eye spell trap. And then Selene has the effect, I believe, to banish and equip from grave, add itself, set itself. So there we go, sending Basil Triss and Gorgonio to add Gorgonio, banishing the Gorgonio, pitching the Gorgonio, or a Selene, in fact. Adding, it's like a second copy of Pareidolia. I mean, you can just do this every turn. This deck is quite formidable. I know I mistook Serziel for a Sky Striker monster initially, but this deck is not entirely unlike that, in which you basically can do the linear resource combo every turn. And while you're doing it, you can pop cards with Serziel, you can pop cards with Zerziel, and gain advantage that way. Yep, activating a second Pareidolia here. Adding Medusa? Medusa is a card that allows you to interact with the graveyard. Going to use the effect of Selene. Basil Triss. Summon itself. Going to link all three off. In the chat, what the hell is this Dino? This is Dino. I actually know Dino is a fan of this deck and was really excited about the new support, so I am not entirely surprised to see him playing it. Your archetype gets a Foolish Burial and Foolish Burial Goods as cost. I think it's probably worth at least having a look at it. And you get the advantage that Roger here has to read pretty much every card you summon, because not many people have had much experience playing against Evil Eye. The Zerziel, while it's equipped with Evil Eye of Selene, allows you to destroy a monster once a turn. Sorry, one card. Slightly better. Guess it wouldn't make sense if it was just Zerziel, but a Link 3. I'm going to banish, reset, take some damage. It's like one of the sub-themes of Evil Eye is that all the cards sort of deal you damage when you activate their effects. Not the best thing for going to time. Wow, we have equipped this with Selene and 2 Selenes and a Gorgonio. So this Zerziel is hella stacked up. All right. Dealing with the Cactus Bouncer. And that'll do it. All right, and it looks like Roger Yan has conceded, so that means Dino is up 1 game, going second against Rikus and Avalon, a pretty competent combo deck. So definitely where Dino wants to be, playing a slightly more control-oriented deck. Although opening Ash Blossom and Ghost Ogre, pretty fantastic. Why is Troy Reeves on Roger's field? No comment. I actually played against Troy Reeves at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Open, and he was on Rikus and Avalon, so that's probably why someone's commentating that. So going into game 2, I assume Roger... I assume Roger has something to deal with a highly spell and trap oriented deck like Dino's. Certainly something like a Cosmic Cyclone or Evenly Matched for going second. Going first might have to adjust his game plan, because one of the things that Rikus and Avalon really likes to do is interrupt heavy monster-based combo decks with their field spell and, you know, Rikus Sheet to take control of a monster. But a large portion of Dino's deck is just spells and traps. Cards that require you to control an Evil Eye, but not necessarily ones that require you to control a lot of Evil Eye. And Surgical Pass is generally what the deck tries to do. Roger, if allowed to, might want to prioritize something like a Bengalancer, so that when Dino commits his normal summon, there's a decent chance that he's able to just kind of put a stop to the turn right there. If Dino hasn't opened like the Monster Reborn or an additional extender. The one thing Dino's going to have to keep in mind in this matchup is that it's pretty important to win the second game, because going into game 3, if not a lot of time is left, a large number of his cards do burn him for, 500 damage here and there. Could be problematic, so not out of the woodworks yet, although winning game 1, huge advantage here. Probably see Roger side out of the Cactus Bouncer strategy as well. So we saw there, it wasn't the most effective against Dino's deck. All right, both duelists presenting a hand and going into game 2. Looks like an Ash Blossom again from Dino. Will Roger open Unexpected Die for the second game in a row? Probably the strongest open the deck has. Ooh, not quite as good. Using Sunvine Sowing here, because he does not control a Sun Avalon, has to summon the Seed. And this card is, I believe, a once per turn effect. I could be mistaken. A lot of the Sun Avalon cards are strangely not once per turn. Once per turn. So that means that even though Roger has gotten access to the Seed without using his normal summon, you will not be able to make the tree and get a second sowing to extend. So we'll probably have to commit something here. Or we could see a Rika Princess hit the field. Last turn, Roger's sowing was hit with an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, and it seemed to be fine for him. But instead, going for the Rika Concon here. I assume will be followed up by a normal summon of something like a Rika Petal. No, setting 2 and... Ooh. Not what you want to see. 0 Rika monsters in the opener. No access. Just 3 spells and traps in a dream here. Rika Concon is not capable... Oh, and there's an evenly matched from Dino. Calling cross out Desig. There's no way. There's no way Roger has evenly matched in his deck. He does for going first. There's no way. Hey, you gotta respect it. I mean, why have Solemn Judgment? That just loses to the second evenly matched. You might as well just put in cross out Designator and deal with it right then and there. Very, very interesting play from Roger. Means that Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring was probably not doing a lot of work for Dino anyway, but that is an astonishing resource play by Roger. 2 remaining spells and traps. Are they going to be enough to defeat a 5-card hand from Dino? All right, we're activating Evil Eye Re-Emergence. This card allows you to summon tokens. I believe 2 if you control Evil Eye of Selene. Equipping the token with Evil Eye of Gorgonio. Followed up by normal summon, Ash Blossom, and Joyous Spring. Sometimes it's combo. Roger thinking about his decisions here. So you can make Gorgon here. That's why Dino is normal summoning the Ash Blossom. It only requires you to use an Evil Eye monster for its material. Do we have Rika Sheet here? We do. Take control of the... Nope, take control of the token. tributing the Ash Blossom. Or in fact, we are not. Roger looking at his extra deck. I'm assuming this means he went to his turn and attacked into the Nibiru? Not the Nibiru, the Evil Eye token. Yeah, using the rare battle phase effect of the Sun Avalon monsters. If you take any form of damage, you can gain that back and then summon a Sunvine monster from your extra deck. Gain that many life points, and then using Sunvine Healer to gain an extra 300. This would theoretically allow Roger to go into something like an Aroma Seraphie Jasmine, but doesn't seem like he has a lot left. Without a Rika monster in rotation, pretty hard for that Rika Konkon to get any kind of value. We do have the Sylvan linked to. Could Hail Mary that card and just try to summon some monsters from deck. Looks like that's what we're going for. It allows you to declare a number between 1 and 3, excavate that many cards, and then I believe summon any plants revealed. No plant, no plant. Ouch. Nothing. That hurts. All right, Roger still with no Rikas on field. Cannot use that effect of Rika Konkon and passes Dino's turn. Draws. Switching the token to attack mode. Clearing the token. Does Dino have another evenly matched? No, just wanted the Gorgonio in graveyard so he could pitch Evil Eye of Selene, search for Pareidolia, and here we go. Oh, actually, he might be searching for something else. No, there's the Pareidolia. Hitting him with Droll and Lockbird. So Roger, even going first, has cards like Droll and Lockbird, has cards like evenly matched as a target for Crossout Designator. Certainly came prepared. I guess perhaps the Droll is a one of to beat something like, you know, beat it with Crossout Designator. Worked out pretty well for him there, got to say. One of the things Evil Eye does like to do is add cards from deck to hand. All right, now we're going to Infinite Impermanence on Serziel. Neither player with much gas here. The Serziel on field contests the Sylvan, so once again, Dino has kind of ended up in a situation like the first game where we've entered a bit of a simplified game state. All right. There we see the old familiar of the Evil Eye. People play alongside the Basil Trees now. So it allows you to send an Evil Eye spell trap from deck to grave. Yep. This is Basilius, of course, not Basil Trees. Going from those, might see the first summon of one of the Evil Eye Link monsters, and there it is, a beautiful Starlight Rare Gorgon. Empress of the Evil Eye. This is primarily the boss monster. Zerziel, also a powerful card. This card is a monster negate if it is equipped. So I presume we will now go to, yep, banishing the Unleashed from grave to re-equip Evil Eye of Selene. And from this point, Dino's pretty much where he wants to be. He's got the equip. He's got the Gorgon. Pretty hard to interact with that Gorgon now. Something else as well. Thinking about a card in his hand. Nope, just going to battle phase. We're attacking into the Sylvan Link there. Gonna use the Sunvine Sowing. Allows Roger to protect it from battle for just this turn, but he's working on a prayer right now. No cards in hand. Even if he draws something like a Rika, Dino is quite in command of the resource game here. Although Dino's largest problem is if Roger is able to draw into a Rika monster, that pretty much puts him right back into the driver's seat of the game. Something like Rika Konkon. He's trying to draw one right now. What did he draw? Has to be a Rika monster. Passes the turn. Was not what he was looking for there. Alright, passing back to Dino Sposovsky. Summoning Zerziel from the deck. Of course, this card, if you control Selene, allows you to summon a monster from the deck instead of the hand or graveyard. Zerziel getting another search for Unleashed, and this is looking like possibly the end of the game here. Does Roger have something to stop this onslaught of advantage? Takes 500. Activating Evil Eye Unleashed. Sending the Gorgonio and the Basil Trees. Adding an equip spell from deck to hand. I can't imagine at this point that one spell and trap card from Roger Yan is going to be enough. Dino taking full momentum of the game. Right, going into Zerziel. Probably wants to deal with that Rika Konkon before giving Roger a chance to even draw into a Rika monster here. Okay, equipping it with Selene and Gorgonio, giving it a slew of protection. Can't be targeted, can't be destroyed. Allows Dino to destroy a card once per turn, and is a formidable high attack point monster. So using the effect of Zerziel here, we're going to destroy the Sylvan. Taking damage. Putting himself ever closer, you know, Roger's secret win condition could be holding on to some burn there in the back row. Dino here explaining that Zerziel also gets 2 attacks because it was made with a monster with 2600 or more of attack, and there it is! Attacks for game! And was double Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit as well. There's the Rika Princess off the top. 1 turn too late, and a Nibiru. Alright, well there you go. Round 1 goes to Dino on Evil Eye. 2-0 versus Rika San Avalon. Not what you want to see if you're Roger. Showed up with a pretty competitive deck, and first round was against a deck you likely haven't read a lot of the cards of before. Dino looking pretty happy about that. It's always fun to take one of your favorite decks to an event and just play it. Mostly for fun. I say for fun, but Dino always plays to win. He's a pretty competent duelist, most would say. Roger Yan also a pretty good duelist. We saw there, he knew exactly what he needed to draw. Unfortunately, did not draw a single Rika monster that game until just too late. So I believe we will be getting player interviews between each round. Be nice to have someone to talk to. I'm very lonely. probably just two players having a chat about what inevitably was quite a fun game. And certainly what people have come to expect from something like a Dice Jar Regional. Certainly showing off some decks that aren't necessarily what you would consider to be tier 1, YCS winning threats. Recast and Avalon has been represented, I think, at a few YCS events, but Evil Eye, I mean, even after the new support, has had almost no representation, which I, again, find quite unusual because the new card is just so good. But yeah, congratulations to Dino for that round 1 win. Both players looking pretty jovial. It's nice to see, at a Yu-Gi-Oh event, two players just kind of smiling and having a good time. Yeah, good spirit signing the match slip. So yes, that concludes round 1 of the Dice Jar Games WCQ regional event. Hosted again by Greg. Thank you for having me, Greg. It's already been a joy. And I can't wait to bring on Joe Macdonald soon as well. All right, I'm gonna bring on.
Hello.
Dino, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello. Can you hear me?
Fantastic work.
Yep.
I can hear you, and I saw everything you did just then. Congratulations on your round 1 win with Evil Eye. Good job.
Yeah, Zero's little slaps.
All of it slaps. I mean, Unleashed slaps, right? That card's kind of crazy.
Yeah, Mill for cost is pretty good.
Mill 2 for cost. And get a card from deck to hand while you're at it.
Yeah.
What was the choice of Evil Eye? Pet deck? You just wanted to...
Yeah, I just wanted to play a joke deck today. Like, come down, have some fun, resolve a lot of -500s. You know how it is.
I do, and thankfully I do know what the Evil Eye cards do, because I noticed Roger had to read quite a number of them during that match.
Yeah.
I got some of the names wrong, I will admit. Basilius and Basil Triss, kind of sort of a problem.
Yeah.
But you say joke deck. I mean, that was 2 games where you went second against Recast and Avalon. I mean, admittedly, the second game, he kind of bricked, but...
Yeah, over the second game, I also kind of bricked.
A little bit.
That was a bit of a messy game. I'm just lucky as Prince Sylvan card missed. Just hit 3 spells. I'm just like, oh my god.
That missed, and then he whiffed like 2 top decks, like any Rika, and you were pretty much done.
I had Ogre after the first turn, so I could have just Ogred the field spell, but past that, it was a little messy.
Yeah, if the draw was like exactly Mudan, you would have been in trouble. But yeah, congratulations. Looks good for Evil Eye. I mean, why not?
Yeah.
You are known for going undefeated with joke decks, so don't call it a meme until you have to, right?
Yep. It just feels real good. It's a shame I couldn't show off the turn 1 combo, but like, just access to any one of 12 cards is like draw, and it's 5 pieces of interaction of 1 card, which is really nice. Just access to Unleashed does that.
You're playing Retribution, I saw. Are you playing any of the other trap cards?
Yeah, all the trap cards are 1-ofs in the main. They're all nice. Like, one of them's Crackdown, one of them's a double compulse. And then that one's just negate spell trap, and if there's Selene, it can't be responded to. No, it can't be negated itself, which is a little redundant, but I don't know.
It's to out the Royal Decree matchup. Yeah, congratulations. Good luck next round.
Sweet,
Hopefully
thank you.
You can take it all the way with the Sergio Turbo.
That's the goal.
Good.
Yeah.
All right, maybe we'll see you on feature again for the finals. Who knows?
Possibly. All right. Thank you.
All right, have a good time. What a nice young man. And what a good duelist. I mean, he's downplaying it, but like I said, Dino sort of known for bringing a deck as a joke and then not losing a single match, because one of the things that Dino has is he just knows a lot about how Yu-Gi-Oh cards work. You can see they're playing a card like Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, not something that a lot of people are playing this format. But I guess looking at the recent YCS results, a lot of people were on the adventure package. So possibly just a meta consideration for a number of people deciding to play a deck that recently won a YCS. Or like Adventure Salamangreat, if you have a little bit more spice in your system. Don't go away. We will be back very soon with round 2 and potentially a visit from the one and only Joe Macdonald, co-host of the Time in the Round podcast. Fantastic podcast, by the way. You should listen to that. And you should subscribe to Dice Jar Games as well for more event coverage and stuff. All right. We will be back very shortly with round 2 of the Dunedin WCQ. Don't go anywhere. We will be back very soon. Ogre is a staple against Dunedin decks. You might be right. that may well just be true. Who is here in the chat today? Actually, I recognize a couple of these names. I see Your Move TCG in there. I see you, Keza. You can't hide from me. Paku. Oh, and hi Shane. How's it going? Enjoying the Ultimate Rare Fenris? You know what would be really helpful here would be a co-host. Could talk about the meta. Could talk about, you know, Libromancers. Yeah, I like Joe likes that deck. I know that. Could talk about, you know, Shadows. Maybe someone's playing Shadows today. That would be cool. Got FTK'd by Air New Zealand prices, so not there, but gotta watch the boys lose. I mean, I respect it. Hopefully we can get some of, quote unquote, the boys on stream. Although if they're losing, they might not show up. Who knows? Don't actually know how many rounds it's going to be today, so I am well cozied up at my desk right now. Could be here for a few hours. I might go get another glass of water though. I know the feeling about air prices though. When I went to the YCS in Sydney, it was like, I think it was like 1,000 return. It was worth it. It was really cool. But yeah, not quite as easy to travel across the country to go to every regional these days. I mean, I guess you could always like take the Inter-Islander or something. Shane, got work FTK'd. What's the deck spread like? No idea, to be honest. I kind of just showed up and then the stream started. So if Greg is listening, maybe he could pull up some kind of deck breakdown. I'm sure you have the deck lists. That could be fun. Hang out, talk about some decks. So far from our stream snapshot, it looks about 50% Recus and Avalon and 50% Evil Eye. This is a pretty balanced spread. I mean, if there was ever a place to have 2 Evil Eye decks, it would be Dunedin, right? Yeah, that would be fun, actually. Greg, do you have the... I don't even know if he's listening. Greg, do you have the deck lists? If not, we could just keep chatting. Also, Shane, does that mean you're watching this at work? When did you get on the bus? But yeah, probably will be running a commander event today, which kind of runs itself. I've been there, buddy. And who is this?
Hello?
Who could this be?
1 second. I'm jumping in a Discord server.
Is that Time in the Round podcast co-host Joe Macdonald?
It is indeed.
Well, welcome.
How's it going?
I'm just chilling, you know. You got no Yu-Gi-Oh to commentate, so I'm just taking questions.
What round are we up to?
2. We just watched Dino win with Evil Eye.
Evil Eye? Evil Eye?
Evil Eye. Evil Eye.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, why not?
So who was he playing against? Round 1?
He was against Roger on Recus and Avalon,
Ooh.
who unfortunately did not draw a Rika monster game 2. Unfortunate, I will say.
Ooh, yeah. Evil Eye go brr.
It really, honestly, have you read those cards? They really go burr.
No, I have to admit, I've never ever read a
Not
single
once.
Evil Eye card.
See, that's why I'm here, Joe, because I read all the
Yeah,
bad cards.
you read
know?
the bad cards, yeah.
Evil Eye Unleashed, you know. It's
That's cool.
cracked.
That's cool.
How are you, Joe?
Yeah, good. Just finished a little half day of work and we are here.
Yo,
Yeah,
it's Mo Macdonald. Let's go.
Oh,
And just in time. Look at that, round 2. Oh,
oh, we have.
or round 1. You know, it could
Round
could
one.
literally
Round
be
one again?
anything.
Who knows?
We start on round 0. Out in Dunedin. It's just how they do things.
Yeah, tournament started now. I'm here. We have.
Are those graphic? I was like, are those graphics for the
Round
decks they're
2.
playing?
Yeah, they are.
Oh
So we
my god, that
have-
is so cool.
Drew Garrick, and I believe that is that Spriggans or the Tri Brigade? I don't even.
But
Oh my-
that's a Zodiac, buddy.
That is
What?
a Zodiac.
That's Zodiac. You're the
Zodiac.
boomer. You should know this.
Oh, come on, man. It's been a while.
That's true. What have you been doing today? You've been busy.
Just working. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we had to get to the stream late, but we are here now. And Brendan also looking like he's on Medolce. I know that he has played this deck a fair bit down in Dunedin. tuned into a few of these streams and seen him on it, so knows what he's doing with it. And on the other side, I see a Monster Reborn. So he's
Battle of the
playing-
Earth decks.
Yeah,
Zodiac
Drew-
versus Madolche. And we're starting
Ooh.
off here with a Vernisylph. Brennan here like, oh, the Ishizu cards all got limited, but I don't care. I'm going to still play this deck.
Yeah, it looks like it as well. The Zodiac is on like a pure Zodiac deck. I see a Whiptail in the hand.
Yeah. I was like, there is why we do not play the Vernisylphs, because of Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring basically taking 2 cards out of Brennan's hand there. But, you know, Anjali's probably the best follow-up you could have, right?
Yeah, I mean, that enables the sub combo, and that obviously, I think I see an impermanence as well, so there is more interruption here.
I don't think it enables the full
Not the
combo.
full combo.
I think it's like
it gets them going.
Yeah, I think it's pretty bad.
And
Oh god.
we will see
Poor
the power
cakes.
here of hand trap dock deck.
Well, Drew is going to normal summon a Zodiac and just end the game, unfortunately. Is that like a 6 material Zeus? There's a water enchantress too. Oh my god.
Looks like he's on an adventure Zodiac deck, so pretty interesting.
That makes sense, and actually explains last round Dino was playing, I think, 3 copies of Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit for, I presume, exactly this reason.
So, yeah, opening with a copy of the Right Varamesir.
Mm-hmm.
Summoning up the token. We have seen this play before.
We might have seen this is a bit of a retro play, actually.
It is
Like,
becoming that way, yeah.
I have not seen like this engine played for so long, and all of a sudden everyone's just decided it's the best thing to do again.
And I mean, why not? I mean, we saw YCS Lima, I believe, 2 Adventure Sprite in the final, so obviously the deck still has legs.
Yeah, and 1 Adventure Salamangreat, so 3 Adventure decks. Normal summon Zodiac Whiptail. We've seen this play before too.
Yep. So here he will be triggering the Fateful Adventure to search for the Griffin Rider, but
Yeah, and of course
the Draco back.
could be anything. And of course, Drew will not be able to use the normal summon effect of Zodiac Whiptail, which is, of course, critical to
Very.
his game plan. I mean, it can activate on field, right?
I think so,
In
yeah.
theory, yeah.
In theory,
it's
yeah.
been done.
But here the
Yeah.
Ash coming down.
Oh,
to
that was
stop-
searching.
Yeah, he stopped the Draco back, the Riderable Train
Oh.
search, and has let the Wandering Griffin Rider search go through.
Interesting call.
Interesting goal, yeah. Maybe just not understanding the card 100% there.
I think he's reading it now and going,
Oh, right.
interesting.
2 searches, okay.
To be fair, does it matter? I mean,
I mean,
either way, the Griffin Rider would, you know,
yeah.
either way, the Ash Blossom is leaving his hand, and it just puts him on 2,000 less attack points. I guess that could come up if he gets 1 turn killed here.
I think here, obviously Brennan just opened up, with not enough to get through 2 interruptions. He's
Yeah.
in a bit of trouble. I think this game is almost wrapped up before it's even started, to be honest with you.
I almost think Brennan could have started with the Anjali, because maybe that would have, maybe Drew would have been tempted to hit that with Ash Blossom, and then you would have been able to resolve the Vernisylph. I feel like that's potentially likely, using the Whiptail effect to banish the Petting Cessor as well. A little rude.
Yeah, so he'll be going in for 4,000 damage here with the Adventure token and the Griffin Rider, and
Yep.
just going.
I'm
for
making
the
a-
2 material Zeus.
humble play around Nibiru, I guess. 2 material Zeus, just as like, I don't need 6 materials.
And that's it.
1 is enough, and we
Game
scoop
one
it
done.
up. How many games have we seen ended by just, the 2,000 attack Griffin Rider and the 2,000 attack Rider Varamisia token over 2 turns? It's like, sometimes that's just enough.
And I think that showcases perfectly the power of the Adventure engine, not needing
Yeah.
to necessarily even rely on the other part of the deck. Sometimes Adventure can just do it by itself.
Yeah, well, it gives like control decks a 2-turn win condition, which, if you look in the past, decks like Traptrix and Altergeist back in the day, they didn't win the game in 2 turns. So that's a pretty impactful part of the card. Even Zodiacs can't really push for game so much,
And I think in this wide open format we've got, like, this is actually like not an awful choice. I mean, Zodiac's engine is very compact, so is the Adventure engine, and you can just pack in, powerful spells, traps, hand traps, all sorts, like to kind of just make up the 40 cards of that deck.
Yeah, I want to know if Drew is playing anything quote unquote spicy? Like are there tri-brigades in this list? Are there, or is he just opting to play like as few monsters as possible and then just jamming the deck full of evenly matched and hand traps and things like that?
Well, I did get a glimpse there that he was on main deck Lightning Storm, so obviously very much a go in second build that he's put together.
True, and yeah, the adventure engine is pretty good going second too. Cards like Draco back can out things like skill drain and problematic cards that your opponent might put in going first. Certainly, Madolche plays some number of spells and traps, floodgates, things like that.
So I think the matchup here, I would say, is in favor of Drew. Like I know the Madolche can struggle sometimes playing through multiple interruptions and hand traps. Whereas, and also I think that a Zeus is not terrible against the.
It's not bad, yeah.
Madolche strategy.
The interesting thing here is Brennan could opt to go second. So the one thing I'm thinking is Madolche actually is often a deck that likes to go second, and making Drew go first. I mean, Trident is banned.
Yes.
If you can beat one Griffin Rider, you can probably beat whatever they set up. But I know recently Madolche has been going for a lot more of a turn one setup.
Yep. So looking like he's got a crossout designator in the hand, ready for an Ash Blossom, which
he really doesn't want to get Ash Blossomed here.
And he won't be.
And there we go. We need this guy to resolve. Although, I don't think the Vernisils can resurrect themselves, right? So pitching an Ash Blossom, they're not the best play. We do get to add any Earth Fairy from deck to hand. So adding Anjali, that's kind of cool. And they can reborn themselves. Okay.
Reborn itself, yeah.
Oh, thank God. I thought that was just a...
Also see a Contact C, I believe, in the hand of Drew, which he is going to reveal now.
That's interesting. Let me look up Sistart on Neuron real quick to see if his turn is over.
There may be no issue here.
Contact C, an interesting choice. Certainly makes sense for Zodiac. Sistart is two Madolches.
Oh,
but we play
generic.
IP.
IP. Okay, that's completely fine.
Well, don't worry, he can't activate the effect of IP this turn because he's used a Vernisil. Right. Two hand traps, but this time I think Contact C Ash is a weaker open than an Ash Imperm, I will say.
Yeah, especially against a deck that can just deal with it.
Yeah, and there's the Hoot Cake. Oh, Hoot Cake can banish the Vernisylphs, right? Oh, that's cute. I've just not played against this deck. No, it can't? Okay, no, thank God. I was like, what the hell? Wait, it can banish anything? I don't know anything about Madolches, apparently. I've lost to this deck more than I've played it, so...
I've had a terrible time with commentary lately where I come into decks where I just don't know what's going on.
I swear to God, it has to banish a Madolche card. But actually, no. It can just banish any monster.
Okay.
You've had a bad time with commentary not knowing what cards do?
Apparently so, yeah.
You got roasted at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Open, did you? Huh? Did the Americans make fun of you?
Not too bad, not too bad. I did see a few good comments here and there, but overall, we survived it.
Nice. Good job.
Just one monster in your graveyard. So, yep, you can banish the anything you want there.
All right, so we're going to do the old, doing a good Zodiac impression here. Ranking up into...
the Chocolata mode?
Chocolata mode, I believe. The one thing I have trouble with is names, because I just these cards are just like shapes to me. Yeah, Chocolata mode. This is an interesting card, because this card triggers whenever a Madolche is shuffled into the deck. So like the cornerstone of this deck when the Ishizu cards rule at 3 is you could use stuff like Keldo and Mudora to get this card to trigger like 4 times, which was really good. I mean, nowadays you kind of just use its own effect to do it, which is still pretty good. But God, that deck used to be really explosive when those cards were at 3. I wonder if Brennan is still playing the Shufflers, or if he has just opted to cut them entirely.
Yeah, it is quite interesting seeing. I think we have seen, multiple decks over this format, and like the thing that we really enjoy about Yu-Gi-Oh at the moment is everyone can just kind of play their pet decks, and I know Brendan very much he really does enjoy this Madolche strategy, and he has been playing this in Dunedin for what I think is almost years now. And Drew's obviously showed up with a Zodiac deck, which I know he would have played that format back in the day. So yeah,
Drew's, I was gonna say he's played a lot of like Zodiac builds in the last
he
few years.
has,
Every
yeah.
time he's come up, so we're using the Chocolate mode again because Chateau shuffles the monsters from grave back into the deck. Yeah, it is a very open format. It's a really bad format in my opinion if you want to play the best deck. Like if your only
Everyone's
goal
really
in
good.
Yu-Gi-Oh is to play the best deck, I think it's like really, really miserable because everything's so diverse and everyone's kind of playing some form of like Floodgate Turbo, whether it's like a branded expulsion line or like a stereo lock. So like it actually is kind of only fun to play this format if you are playing your pet deck because everything's sort of evened the playing field, I guess.
Yeah, you're gonna have a rough time if you're showing up with Kashtira or decks like
Yeah,
that
kind
to
of.
any tournament at the moment because everyone's just so prepared for it, and it's a really good deck, but it is so easy to prepare for at the same time.
Yeah, I think for the kind of higher end sort of professional players, they share a bit of frustration with the inconsistency of being able to reliably win tournaments, right? Which is is in a way a bit like, you know, kind of the rich get richer sort of, you know, okay, sad you can't win another YCS, but
I'm all for these formats. I love it when anyone can play what they want and still compete at sort of high level events.
I mean, I'm still playing Teal, so you know, I'm with you there. It's like, screw it, we got 7 cards on the ban list, but it's good enough, this format, you know?
It's a 5 formation tanky, obviously searching out the bear.
So, okay, we have an Ash Blossom here. I was like, if we can out the IP Masquerader, doesn't Zeus, like, solo this board?
Oh, hang on, he cannot Ash Blossom this turn, right?
What?
Because he's under crossout. Doesn't crossout last another turn?
No, God, no.
Doesn't?
Oh my God, imagine.
Is it
No,
just
it's
turn
not.
player?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's just the
I'm
turn.
thinking of call by, yeah.
You're thinking of Cold by, yeah. If we can beat IP Masquerena, I think we win. If we make like a huge Zeus.
I think, is he got a card in hand? Because can he deal with...
Oh, maybe not. Wait, did we just lose? I have been in this position so many times against Zoo where like you set up a bunch of negates and then go, oh, they don't care at all about negates. They just make Zeus.
Oh, here you go. So he is using the IP to go into...
Underworld Goddess. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Underworld Goddess. There we go. That deals with it.
That's good enough. Yeah, that's like kind of a Nightmare Unicorn. So it's a little better. Negate the tanky. Yeah, Zodiac, if their normal summon is interrupted, is a lot weaker. They can play through like 6 negates, but not a compulse.
Feels a little bit like a Settlement Great sort of deck where if you interrupt that first monster that's on the field, they do struggle to come back.
Yeah, it's again, a lot of decks this format kind of have that feel to them, right? Like, oh, if you let my normal resolve, I'm gonna go crazy, and then you just, you know, remove it from the field and they pass. Kind of has Rika kind of has that problem in some ways.
It does, yeah. Normal summon Alistair though, and we'll be okay.
That's not bad. That would have been pretty good. Yeah.
So Brennan here in a very good position.
Yeah, it's not bad. Drew's card has to be what, like, exactly like a Nibiru, maybe, if Brennan chooses to overextend. But yeah, I've never not been OTK'd by Madolce, so this probably is the end of the game. Actually, I'll summon that in attack mode. Yeah. Probably doesn't matter.
Like
that is a water enchantress.
Yeah, so oh no, maybe not. So it looks like he's passing turn, is it?
Well, it's interesting that I think Brennan's using the effect of Tiramisu triggering some effects in the end phase with ticket and stuff like that. But yeah, Drew has a water enchantress. Is it possible that activating the Zodiac normal summon effect there cost him?
I'm not
Maybe
sure if he
maybe
did
could
it.
have not used it. Or did he?
not sure
Maybe
if
he
it
drew
was.
into the water enchantress off of it. That's actually possible, which is a pretty unfortunate if true.
And it does look
We're
like
just making access code. There's no way.
IP.
Oh,
okay, so
Appaloosa.
Appaloosa. Okay, sure.
That's actually pretty reasonable. Although, yeah, okay. I was like, Appaloosa would lose to normal summon Zodiac, so we gotta have something else. Banish the Underworld Goddess. Sure. Yeah, why not? Don't need her anymore.
So I think Brennan here probably has enough to push through and take out game number 2 here. I don't think there was anything in Drew's hand that was
No.
posing a threat to this.
I think he's just respecting Nibiru, right? He's respecting Nibiru with Appaloosa.
Yeah, I also don't know if there was a Water Enchantress. I'm not 100% sure because
He does have one in his hand.
Are you sure? Because there was sort of
I could see it.
reason to not use it, right?
Well, you can't use right because he'd used
Oh yeah, he'd use a normal summon effect, right?
he used the Thoroughblade.
Yeah, true. That's probably what happened there.
He must have drawn it off the Thoroughblade, which is that's probably the worst
really
case scenario.
Yeah.
Because I think if he could have played through that IP, that would have been his game.
Yeah. I think the other card in hand was a Whiptail as well, so there's just nothing here that is going to stop the onslaught from Brendan, and
Yeah, he's done for.
he'll have enough here.
See here, going into the Queen Tiramisu. Gonna deal with the last cards on Drew's board. Well, after a swift game 1 win for Drew, it's looking like Brennan's able to come back.
And take a swift game too. I mean, we're only like 17 minutes into the round, and
Yeah, we're gonna have to do like a freaking podcast in between. I was like hanging out with the chat. Chat's pretty lively today. How's everyone doing at home? Must be a nice day to watch a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament.
yeah,
I've got a nice glass of water by my side.
last tournament here as well for Dice Jar Games in the Yu-Gi-Oh scene. Quite
Oh, is
sad
it?
to see. Yeah. Yep. So this is their final ever regional before Greg has I don't know if I can really announce anything on stream or anything, but yeah, he has will be moving on from Dice Jar after this, and yeah, so this is the final stream and why we are covering it as well. As a bit
I
of a
think we
thank you
I think we
for everything
commentated
he's done.
we commentated the first one, right? So
Yeah.
we're coming back. We're bringing it full circle, bringing you the last. I actually didn't know it was the last one. I thought he was okay.
Yeah.
I mean, gone but not forgotten. There may be future
Oh yeah.
Greg activity.
I'm sure there will be. I mean, Greg obviously provides some pretty decent looking streams and very clean looking as well. I mean,
Yeah, you wouldn't waste these graphics. Just
Oh,
you
no.
know,
No.
change the logo out. There's one thing that is a great thing, providing coverage for New Zealand events. We don't really get the same level of budget as something like an American event. So it's pretty cool to have someone like Greg just provide that to the community. Let us see what kind of cool brews people are up to down here.
And we've seen that he's put a lot of work into the transitions in the stream as well as all these really nice overlays. Just doing them up on the fly. I mean, who was expecting a Zodiac deck to be showing up today?
I know.
So yeah.
To be fair, I wasn't exactly expecting Evil Eye versus Rika round 1, so
No.
anything could happen.
No, and that is one of the beauties of an open format, is we really don't know what's going to be coming next.
Speaking of what's coming next, what do you think Drew's going to do? Do you think he's going to go first?
It's gonna. I don't. The whole thing I've never liked about going second decks is like you are so reliant on what you open, what interruptions you kind of draw. So yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like he could throw Brennan here a little bit and maybe go first and have some sort of like floodgate thing in the side. You know, maybe he's got some copies of, I don't know, anti-spell. Maybe something like a summon limit might do some work. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say without seeing what he's got in his side deck. But for me, that's what I would maybe angle towards, is like go second a couple of times and then throw your opponent and go first in the last game. But
Yeah, it's tough. It's almost like those blind second decks. You know, you almost always win game 1, right? Because no matter what dice roll, your deck is built to win that game. But then, yeah, the game 3 is where things can get a little tricky, because how much are you relying on drawing something like a floodgate or something like anti-spell or solemn judgment, you know, to win you the game if you go first. And again, if you go second, you know, you have to draw those cards. You don't get to search them. Like a deck that goes first can search everything at once turn 1 and end on like 5 or 6, you know, interruptions.
well, I know for sure that the Contact Seas will probably be coming out.
Yeah, pretty quickly showed Drew there that no, I have an out to that. Yeah, looks like he's making Brennan go
second.
first. So one thing that Drew,
Oh, sorry.
I was like, one thing that Drew might have run into last time was maybe he sided out some of his going second cards, not sure if Brennan would make him go first. So this time he'll be stock full of hand traps and lightning storms and things like that.
So yeah, that's the third time that Drew has opened an Ash Blossom, and the second time it's been answered by a crossout.
This is the third crossout designator that has resolved this stream, by the way. Game 2, Roger used it to banish an evenly matched going first to beat Dino's evenly matched. So we've seen a lot of crossout gaming here, and it's looked kind of nice. It's looked pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because
you think in such a diverse format it would be much worse to play something like crossout?
Well, I'd argue the other way, because when things are so open, people just play generically good cards. You're seeing things like Ash Blossom and Joy Spring played at free in every deck. You got like Imperm being played at free in every deck. You got things like Nibiru floating around everywhere, evenly matched in every single side deck. Like crossout becomes almost a good option because you know that every deck has these cards in there. You won't see a crossout be dead half as much as if there's a catered format.
I guess, but you still have to make the call. You know, am I going to put evenly matched in going first?
I mean, yeah,
obviously it paid off for Roger, but you know, it was pretty risky, right? Pretty risky, especially if you draw the one copy. I mean, then you've just got an evenly matched going first.
So we're seeing Madolche do Madolche things.
See Wonka Vision in the chat saying that 10 minutes behind the stream. Are you really? That seems. There's no way it's 10 minutes delay. You're right though. The access code 7300 attack would have been very funny. I'm actually quite excited about the Cyburst deck in the next set. I think that deck's going to be really fun. Like an 8300 attack access code. That one.
Cyburst, I mean, just keeps getting new tools and new toys. So
yeah, it looks nuts.
Well, any Cyburst deck sort of only requires 2 monsters to show like game.
Yeah, as shown by MathMech has been quite a represented deck this format. So we see here Brennan is doing the normal Madolche opening combo. It doesn't really end on a lot of interruptions. More so looks to kind of garner a bunch of advantage and end on a board with Sistart and Glass Souffle that is a little hard to, how do you say, like hard to out. So the Sistart was, you know, it provides protection to the cards it points to. It itself can't really be destroyed by battle. Glass Souffle provides protection to a monster in your field. Can't be, you know, a lot of the cards in this deck sort of just can't be touched, and that is kind of what it looks to do going first, is just build a board you can't really break through. Something that Zodiac doesn't again doesn't care. You know, they're just going to attack directly, make a Zeus. It is what it is. So
yeah, Brennan here really does need to put up an answer to the normal summon again.
Well, the IP was the Contact C almost like helped Brennan, because the IP was really useful that game, and I think at this point he's very much locked into Madolches. So interested to see what he does here. Summoning the second Messenger Lardo there, using the additional normal summon of Salon. Glass Souffle, but you know, where's the interruption? I'm a little worried here. Second Chocolate mode.
Does have a draw or not bird, it looks like in the hand.
Potentially really looking to
heaps against.
No, yeah. I mean, potentially looking to like trigger these Chocolate modes during the opponent's turn. Setting Promenade. I mean, Promenade's a good card, especially against something like Tenki, but it doesn't do anything against, you know, a Borbo, right? Just attack into the defense position hoot cake. All right. And then looks like passing to Drew here.
Yeah, one thing that we will see here is if Drew is able to establish a Zeus, the amount of materials that Zeus can have.
Nibiru for turn. Must be nice. Yeah, not the best feeling in the world, but... Yeah, oh, is that no monsters?
Right of Aramisev potentially in the hand.
The adventure package less good than the Zodiac package here. Really wants to see a Zodiac. Asking about Chocolate mode here.
To win what I would be doing right now, working out what Madolche does for the 100th time in 5 years.
I mean, the answer is like on this board, like nothing. Like none of these monsters are going to do anything. unless they printed a Madolche that like pops a card when it's special summoned from the deck in the last few months. I don't think so. But without the Zodiacs, this is a pretty difficult board to deal with.
Yeah, right here, the perfect hand for Drew would be something like a Right and a Tenki. Is what he probably needs. He has a Lightning Storm, looks like, and
Yeah, he's not going to lose to the Promenade. I should say the Lightning Storm will trade for the Promenade. Gonna have to start on that, yeah. Calling spell traps. You're Brennan, you always negate this. There's no reason not to. Yeah.
Yep.
Get that. Bounce the Hoot Cake to hand. And Salon triggers, setting another Madolche spell or trap from the deck. Can't be activated this turn, but you know, Ticket's pretty good. And it's fun seeing like Brennan, like he's on like Madolche Ticket. Like he's on some of the cards people don't usually run. Cards people used to play a lot more in like the older Madolche decks that were just looking to grind out resources. Ticket is like an incredible grind tool. There's a Fenrir.
Yeah, that's a monster.
That's a monster. Pairs pretty well with the Rite of Aramis as well, considering it is a special summon monster. Getting another Fenrir, a classic Darkwing Blast play.
And draw a knock.
Seeing here the draw again, yeah, not incredible, but does sudden cut him off of the Fateful, yeah.
Apart from that though, not too much.
I don't think Drew can win this without a Zodiac, personally.
Nah.
Just with knowledge of how difficult it is to actually deal with this board with just like a battle phase. You could use the Rite of Aramis to get Draco back from the deck and equip it.
Yep, so he has into battle phase, gone to...
No, that was the
sorry?
That was the Fenrir.
Oh yeah, true, yeah. So
because he got drolled.
Yeah, drolled, yeah, correct.
And yeah, just gonna attacking the Sistart. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. That is uh-oh. That is not what you should do. Using Sistart's effect to protect itself by shuffling a Madolche back to the deck. But then again, I think Chocolate Mode has more attack than Fenrir, so it didn't really have a choice there. I honestly probably wouldn't have even... I guess it's not the worst thing in the world. If Ticket is on the field, you never do that, because then they just get a search. Yeah. Explaining that, nope, my monster lives.
Yeah, just not enough here, really drawn by Drew in the opening hand, and that's what we see sometimes with these monster decks.
Now, as someone who has lost a draw many times, I will not say that I am smarter than this. Technically, Drew could have not used Fenrir's search effect until after Fateful to play around Droll, but like, it's playing around Droll is like, who even expects Droll? It's so... I don't know, it's like one of the least telegraphed hand traps, if that makes sense.
Well, it's one of those ones, if they have it, they have it. It's kind of... That's how it is. Yeah.
Like, I can often tell when my opponent has Nibiru. Like, there's just like a vibe. But Droll is like pretty unassuming. Yeah, it looks like, yeah, the Chocolate Mode, I believe it's 2,500 attack, which is unfortunate. But Chateau is boosting it by 500, so...
Yep, so
wouldn't even have mattered. Mm-hmm. And now we have Ticket online. This deck's like a lot scarier. Ticket's just gonna get him so much value. This game goes any longer, and in Infinite Impermanence as well. Now we get to use the Hoot Cake. We obviously didn't want to use we didn't want to lose our monsters to Fenrir, so we're just getting that out of the way first with the battle phase. Not a big deal. Using the Hoot Cake, grabbing Angeli. And like I said, this is kind of looking like Brennan's game here. Gonna make Appaloosa before we lock ourselves into Madolches. Am I wrong though? Like once again, if Drew draws a Zodiac, doesn't he just win?
I mean, comes back for sure, but there is the Imperm, so he will have to like make at least 4 material Zeus.
Like a big Zeus, and I guess Appaloosa.
Yeah.
So that's two negates. But I think you can still make a 6 material Zeus in this deck. Infinite Impermanence and Appaloosa. We have the Rite of Aramis though, which does trade like real clean for Appaloosa, if you recall.
It does, yeah.
You just get the Draco back, and then that's her gone.
Looks like he might have drawn a monster for turn. I didn't quite see it.
That's I think resolving the effect of Hoot Cake or Anjali. Something has to be returned to the deck there. Adds another Hoot Cake. Oh yeah, shuffle it into the deck during the end phase. Fair enough.
Yeah, so it looks like he did draw a Farblade, as he has the Zodiac.
Like, I think this clears, right? I actually think this completely wins because you just go.
Fenrir too, yeah.
Yeah, you just summon the Fenrir, activate right, normal the Zodiac. That's like an Exodia. I guess we imperm the Fenrir because it's the only known quantity, and it does. I don't know, because it just battles over the Appaloosa anyway. It's pretty.
Right now, though, as well, it doesn't matter too much because
Yeah, that's just gonna.
be searching another copy of Fenrir, which is, yeah.
I mean, that makes sense. I think Appaloosa there is correct. Eating the because Fenrir could just go to the battle phase and trade for the Appaloosa anyway.
Oh, it's right in the hand. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
okay.
wow.
Right and Faithful, yeah.
Initially activates it in Salon's column and then chooses to move it, which is. I don't think Imperm was going to be there, but sure. Instinctive Yu-Gi-Oh player feeling of playing around set cards. And there's the Draco back, which will trade, I think, now for the set card.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. You're still going to get your search with the Faithful for the Draco back as well.
The Griffin Rider.
Oh, sorry, yes.
It's fine. They both sound like the same card. Like
they should be. Yeah, should be.
Draco back and Griffin Rider, like that's the same thing. Legal Knight. Oh, that's come on, man. Don't have to do it like that. I mean, yeah, this card is fantastic.
I've always been like kind of a silent fan of this card. I do quite like its interaction, and in certain formats, I feel like it still will be a pretty decent option. Like having a monster that deals with other monsters by bouncing cards to the hand. It's always
yeah. I think if your deck is like my going first plan is adventure, I think you have to play it. Because it's so good against some decks. Like we said, disrupting the normal summon is like often a lot better than a negate against some decks. So if your heavy adventure package is your win condition, sometimes you kind of have to play this card. It's very good. Is this game?
Yeah, I mean,
this is game, right?
Summon too.
Yeah, this is game. The Thoroughblade's huge. It's like 1600.
Draco back now, bouncing the Appaloosa.
Yep. Choosing the Appaloosa is interesting here. I don't know why. I don't think we're activating another monster effect before the battle phase, right?
No, I guess not.
Yeah. I probably would have hit the spell and trap just because. I mean, if it was like evenly matched, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, that's it.
No, he's just conceding that is enough to attack for game.
Yeah, I mean, Brendan was in such a kind of prominent position, and it just all came undone under the
Yeah.
I don't know if the Appaloosa maybe wasn't 100% correct there because it just with a Fenrir known in hand, like that's instantly going to take two tokens off of it. Like,
also, maybe there was a way we could have kept the battle. I feel like going to the battle phase. Brennan had Chateau life, so attacking for game is actually quite easy. He put Drew down to 3,400. Potentially was a way he could have maybe closed the game out through the Fenrir, and use that battle phase like a lot more aggressively.
That is kind of the power of Fenrir as a card, though. Just puts you under so much pressure straight away.
Well, it's why Kashira is such a good deck, even with all of the, Book of Moons and Nibiru's and Lava Golems, is they can just like keep Fenrir Unicorn in hand, and it's like, yeah, that's a pretty good turn 3, I would say.
Yep. So I had a quick glimpse of the side deck there, and yeah, Drew was on the Solemn Judgment, and looked like a few continuous traps as well. But
yeah, it's just like, that's my
first. Yeah.
That's my plan for going first. It's just set 5.
So a pretty swift game overall. I mean, I know it felt like it went really fast, even though there is only 4 minutes left in the round. Both players made all their plays quite quickly, and yeah,
it's because Drew really just kind of had like a linear sequence of plays, right? Like summon Fenrir, activate right, normal Azu.
Yeah, nice and easy.
Why fix what's don't fix what's not broke? You know what I'm saying?
Surely we get some pack opening on stream here as well. I mean, I just saw
some pack openings.
Yeah, I mean,
we should ask them. Yeah.
Come on, guys.
Pull a Starlight on stream. It's the last stream. Come on. Did see a Starlight Gorgon Empress of the Evil Eye from Dino as well, signifying a pet deck having a Starlight of your rogue boss monster. Always good.
Did we get some player interviews last round?
Yeah, we got Drew coming online.
Is that it there? Looks like it.
Oh,
That's you, Drew.
Yeah. Oh, it's right there. Ah, righto.
How you doing, Drew?
Oh, yeah, not too bad. How you guys getting on?
yeah, pretty good.
Yeah.
Bit of a sort of one-sided duel for each game, I suppose.
Oh, yeah. It is like that sometimes.
It is like
It's
that.
funny that it's funny that IP kind of soloed, and then game 3 just couldn't get to IP, and then
I just like instantly lose the spot removal, but I gave him the IP. But
Yeah.
Context, see, so it's
Zodiac's like, I can beat 12 negates, but if you compulse my normal, it is over for
it
me.
is well over, and the format is full of spot removal, so it's fun.
Yeah, Book of Eclipse says hello.
Yeah.
So, interesting choice. Choosing Zodiac for today. What was the reasoning behind it?
There is no reasoning. I just looked at all my deck bases, like, hey, it's time for Zodiac to come out today. That's about it.
If there's a
Format's weak
format for
enough.
it.
Yeah.
So Zeus is good, and especially when you play 3, it's ideal.
Yeah, nice. So, we saw obviously you had a go in second sort of strategy for the 2 games that you won. Oh, do you have what in the side deck do you have to like let yourself go first?
I've got like going second cards, going first cards of Judgment, D-Barrier, DDG, stuff like that. It's just decent cards for certain matchups, and it was really chucked together this morning, so no thought involved, missing a few cards, so it's causing some issues the last round, but that's alright.
I'm sure you'll be able to go through the rest of the tournament, and yeah, good luck for that. And
Just keep drawing Fenrir, Rite of Aramis, and a Zodiac. You'll be good.
Your 3-card combos is what we're after.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that was bloody good. Awesome. Right, thanks fellas.
no worries. Good luck for the rest of it.
Yeah, cheers, you too.
I think as well, like we obviously have seen a bit of an opening up with the format with decks that lost to Bestials being able to like play again. I know for me personally, like I've had a whole bunch of decks recently that I've not been able to use for a long time because the presence of the Bestial monsters. What are your thoughts on that? Do you feel like, oh, here we go, deck breakdown.
Oh, hell yeah.
Ignore me.
We were going to start an interesting conversation topic, but instead we could talk about the fact that there are branded players here. Can you believe it?
Oof. And Labyrinth. So we have 2 Labyrinth players, 2 branded players, 2 Traptrix players, a couple of
2 cash.
2 cash.
Don't actually
Single
see a
brand.
lot of Cash Terror in New Zealand.
You don't. However, it is still around. I think the price point of the deck is kind of, it's a weird one, right? Because it's like, easily the most expensive deck in the format, but like you can
Is
play
it
other
still?
decks and do just as well. You know.
I think Labyrinth might be more expensive than Kashtira at this point.
I don't know. I feel like Labyrinth you can get the base for around $450-ish. With Kashtira, you're still paying out close to $600
Yeah, I guess so.
because like Fenrir is
context-
still expensive card.
That's true. My context for expensive is like the release price of Kashtira being like $1,500 to play it.
Yeah, so 1 Runic in the room. That's I'll be cheering them on today. I've been having like a bit of a time with Runic myself lately and enjoying the
yeah?
deck. So like that. A single Mathmix deck and 13 others. So lots.
Got to shout out the other in Dunedin. Other is
Lots
the format.
Yeah, so 25 players there today. And yeah, I mean, lots of variation. There's not just a single deck that's going to be in the room dominating everything like we saw with Zero Element for so long.
Speak for
yeah.
yourself.
Yeah.
I'm still rocking it. But yeah,
So
you're right.
What's your sort of pick for the tournament though, like out of what we have in front of us here?
I've been a strong advocate of Labyrinth best deck. I think Labyrinth is the best deck if played like perfectly. It's a really hard deck to play perfectly because, I mean, having played the deck,
Interaction points.
it's not like Chain Link 9, you know? Sometimes you just get like all of these optional triggers and optional kind of reactive effects that happen when your traps go off. And if you miss 1 or 2 of them, you might lose. And sequencing things like Lord of the Heavenly Prison, you know, when to fire off your graveyard effect of Big Welcome, you know, do you use it to to trigger some of your effects, or do you wait till the end phase to out a back row? Because just any card, right? It's like
Yeah.
crazy. So
See-
I think that's the best deck if played perfectly with the right build and you get a little lucky. But that's kind of this format, right? Like,
I think that, yeah, like it is. It's one of those decks though that like does sometimes have weaknesses to certain cards. I know that a World Time Evenly Matched can just blow that deck out, but it does have the most tools. It has the most, like, you can play Skill Drain in the deck and completely shut down numerous other decks.
although I
for
think
me-
Adventure like hurts Labyrinth a little bit,
does too, yeah.
unfortunately. Giving every deck an out to Skill Drain plus a negate on top of their every turn might actually be a little tough for that deck to come back from.
Interesting that it doesn't look like we have any Sprite players, which is quite. I'm surprised by, because
We might
obviously
have one.
maybe in the others, yeah, but overall, like, Sprite is a deck that I think right now is very good still. We saw two Sprite decks take out the top two in YCS Lima. I've seen some Sprite decks over the OTS weekend do pretty well. So yeah, I'm interested to see. Well, I'm quite surprised to see, I should say, that there's no Sprite. I wonder if the Runic deck, what variant it is, or if it is just in fact pure Runic. That's one
I like
thing I wanna know as well.
the sort of sinister nature of like Runic. And it's like, what kind of Runic? Are we
mean,
talking? Are we
could be-
playing Messenger of Peace? You know?
Runic's done, and I guess that would be the Runic pure deck as such.
Yeah.
For me, I wouldn't mind seeing it as an Eturia Runic. That would be quite nice.
That deck's cool. I feel like we'd definitely be calling it that if it was
Oh, yeah.
Naturia Runic.
I think so.
Joe,
Yeah.
I'm going to get you back for showing up late, and I'm going to go for like 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
need to run to the bathroom, so hold it down while I'm gone.
I will try my best. Yeah, so everyone at home, thank you for tuning in to today's regional in Dice Jar Games. Obviously, said before, the last regional that Greg will be running at the Dice Jar Game shop, which is kind of bittersweet in a way. Like, it's quite sad to see the streams that he provides come to an end, but I'm sure this won't be the end of Greg's streaming sort of journey. There are multiple events that he will no doubt carry on covering wherever he ends up. So yeah, obviously we are also in the middle of a regional season. We've got multiple regionals still to go. I believe this one comes to an end at the end of April, back in Palmerston North at Valkyrie Games. We also have the North and South Island Champs coming up. North Island Champs does not yet have a date, but the South Island Champs on the 20th, I believe, of May. So get your tickets for that one. And the prizes have also been put up for the South Island Champs, and they are pretty impressive. I mean, flights and accommodation to the Oceanic Championships, to be announced where they are yet, but I think it's safe to say definitely Australia. It's just where in Australia that will be taking place. Maybe Melbourne or Brisbane, I think, are the sort of two cities that have been spoken about. But yeah, coming up soon. Make sure you get involved. There's so many huge tournaments that have been going on in New Zealand around the place. We obviously came off the back of New Zealand Open with 105 players. I'm sure North and South Island Champs will be rivaling those sorts of numbers again in the lead up to the Oceanic Championships, and it's so good to have Worlds back as well.
Are you going to be going to those? I'm back, by the way.
I'm undecided yet, so like I'm trying to work out whether I go to South or North. Obviously, I've got friends down in the South Island, because I spent a fair chunk of my sort of like Yu-Gi-Oh times, I guess, down in South Island, and I wouldn't mind going down there to catch up with people. But at the same time, it's kind of dependent on where the players from Palmerston North choose to go. So if they all choose to sort of want to go to the North Islands, then I might end up up in Auckland again.
There's quite a few Palmy players at the Yu-Gi-Oh Open, actually.
Yeah, I think we ended up with 6 of us attending. One, obviously me on commentary, but there was 5 other people playing, which was quite cool to see. I recommend it. Like, anyone out there at home who hasn't been to a big tournament before, definitely just go. Like, it's I know it's a cost and it is expensive to travel and get accommodation, but if you can get a group of friends together and go to these big tournaments, it's a pretty cool experience. I mean, Some of my like sort of best trips away have been to Yu-Gi-Oh events. Just like spending time with like friends in hotel rooms and just doing things.
The hotel room
in
locals for
cities.
testing is always fun.
It is. It's great. I mean, we also had. I remember when you guys traveled down to the Pumps North Regional last time.
That was cool. That
It was
awesome.
very cool. Yeah.
My favorite part about Sydney was in the hotel. Obviously, everyone at the YCS was a Yu-Gi-Oh player. So like, the day before the event, everyone in the restaurant and the lobby was playing Yu-Gi-Oh. So we did some like Edison game pickups. We did a little bit of modern testing, but most of the people there were just kind of sick of T elements. So they were like, let's just play some alt format, but the people were so cool. Even the random like Australian people we met were all super nice.
Yeah. It's definitely an experience, and I'm hoping maybe I'll see how I go, but I do really want to attend another OC or YCS over in Australia. I've never actually been to a YCS before, so that's definitely on my list. But yeah, never been. It's just one of those things where this one that came up, the flights were just so ridiculous. It was so expensive, I just couldn't quite justify it. But also, like the last time I went to an overseas event was back in 2016, and it was.
I can't believe I've been to a YCS.
Yeah, I mean, it's just never like fallen right. It's always been at the wrong time. Been at the start of the year, just after like Christmas and everything. Yeah. So we're obviously here waiting for round at number 3, if you're just tuning in, of the Dice Jar Games regional in Dunedin. Unfortunately, that I saw as well, a couple of people didn't make the event due to a couple of cancelled flights. Shout out Kizza Doyle. Unfortunate that he could not make it today. And yeah, so like plenty of decks at the event. It's pretty hard to pick this format. What's going to take it out? Every event's just been different decks and top cuts, and definitely one of the hardest to predict formats that I've kind of experienced.
It's got to be Evil Eye, baby.
Oh, it could be. I mean, it would be pretty cool to see an Evil Eye deck take out a regional. But who knows? There could be something else pretty spicy in that other category.
I've had these potato chips for like a couple weeks now, and they're still really crispy. How does that work?
Surely preservatives? Who knows?
I guess the Delicio thin cut barbecue flavor. They're real good. I haven't had breakfast, so I'm like sneaking handfuls in between commentary sessions. But normally potato chips, they get real soft, like in like a couple days.
Well, I've been told by people as well that apparently you can keep them in the fridge, and that keeps them.
No, come
crispy.
on.
But it's kind of weird, man. Like, I don't know if you can put like chips in the fridge. It's a bit like, come on. But yeah, apparently like people at work did it, and I was quite confused.
I'm a cold, like, hot chip defender.
Hot chip, yeah. Oh, we're moving on.
Like fries. Cold fries are actually kind of nice.
Ooh, here we go. Another Medolce player, looks like. So we have Peter Bird on Kashtira, represented Auckland, against Joe Cotton from. I thought he was Christchurch, but maybe Dunedin.
We got a Kashtira.
We do. So dice rolls coming down. Joseph Cotton.
Okay.
Now Joseph Cotton's probably someone that you may not be familiar with, but he was around in the scene in the about 2014, 2015 sort of time frame, and I played against him at multiple events in Christchurch, Dunedin sort of area. Originally from Nelson. I remember beat me when I was playing Necros again, and he was on Telenites and just made a diamond, and I had a bit of a cry. Anti-spell and mistake as well. So
3 copies of the same floodgate, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, Unicorn into Theosis. Let's go. Kashtira combo.
Looks like he's opened both his traps though.
That ain't bad, to be honest.
too bad, no.
That's like pretty good. Means you can just go for like a really conservative turn 1 board, in my opinion.
He's on dimensional
even-
barrier. Oh, actually, it's dimensional barrier and the Kestura Big Bang looks like in the hand.
Like you can make 1 Arise Heart and then set Big Bang. It's actually pretty good. Just saying.
Obviously, Peter Bird, a player as well that has been around since the dawn of time. Someone who I know pretty well. He ran the Dunedin Hobby League for the. Well, he got me back in the game essentially, and was my testing partner down in Dunedin for a few years there during the Necros format. So
Cool.
and also I stayed with him over in OC in Brisbane in 2016.
Okay, so a bit of an innovation here from Peter Bird. A lot of Kashtira players have started doing this line where instead of going for like the full lock board combo, you actually just make a Rise Heart on the 4th summon. And then if you have something like Forbidden Lance, you can use it to protect it from all of the, Imperm and Book of Eclipse and things like that. Plays around Lava Golem, plays around Nibiru, and, next turn you have a bunch of Kashtira cards to push for game.
So depending on what Joseph Cotton's on, we are assuming Medolce by the picture before the game. But,
Yeah, I think he's on Medolce.
Kestura Arise Heart's banish effect doesn't really matter too much against Medolce.
I don't think it matters a whole lot, actually.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
can't Hoot Cake, right?
I suppose, yeah. I guess the other thing though is like Medolce.
You can't,
play Dimensional Shifter is the only thing I mean in. So it
True.
can still play under.
It can,
sort
it
of
can.
banish effect, yeah.
But no Hoot Cake, no Chocolata mode, someone from deck. Yeah, you won't get any value out of like your Chateau, things like that. I think it's pretty good. And I mean, Dimensional Barrier. If Peter Bird just reveals Dimensional Barrier, I think we could probably just go to the next game, right? Unless
Yeah,
Joseph has like some astonishing equalizers here.
Joseph, you're probably just reading the card and going, "Hey, this is like that Zodiac card from back in the day."
Yeah. And the other scary thing is, with like if it is Kashtira Preparations or Big Bang, those cards are just going to get out of hand real quick, especially with an Arise Heart constantly reattaching material.
Cursed
Is that
Bamboo Sword.
Cursed Bamboo Sword? I'm opening Neuron. I'm like Peter Bird right now. I'm reading this card. Does this have another effect?
I think I know what deck Joseph Cotton is on now. I think he might be on the 6 Samurai FTK deck.
The equipped monster gains 0 attack. He's drawing 2 cards.
So Pot of Greed activated.
Yeah, open Pot of Greed. That's not bad. You won't get the graveyard effect of Cursed Bamboo Sword, unfortunately. And then we go attaching mandatory effect. Attaching the golden bamboo sword there. Didn't opt for one of the mystery cards. Could have literally been anything face down banished there. Durandal. Joseph's like, here you go, have a bunch of equip cards on your Arise Heart. I know you'd appreciate it.
Using the Durandal's effect to search for the legendary 6 Samurai. What one's that one? Oh, there we go. 6 Samurai, just updating that.
Let's go.
Confirming he is on the 6 Samurai strategy.
There's no way Cursed Bamboo Sword is part of a fair and reasonable deck. So I assume he's on the FTK.
Yeah, I think.
Although, Pot of Greed's pretty good.
He is a huge fan of it.
Oh. Take that too. This is why people don't like Kashtira. It's just like they feel like a bully. They're like, and I'll take that, and I'll take that. Can't have anything against this card. All right, what is the rest of Joseph Cotton's Upstart Goblin?
Keep drawing.
Another material for Arise Heart. Man, if Peter Bird makes Zeus with that Arise Heart, it's gonna be a big boy.
I'm assuming here
as well.
The 6 Samurai deck will need to use
Another smoke signal.
A portion of the extra deck, which will be stopped by the dimensional barrier, though.
Does he even play monsters? There we go. We have a red and blue now, right?
We have 2 of the reds, I think, and 1 of the blue. Need to brush up really quickly on my 6 samurai cards.
I'm not reading these. I refuse. I'll just let, if I play against 6 samurai, I will just let my opponent do stuff. They're just gonna declare effects. I'm like, yeah, I assume this like is good. I know what Gateway does.
Oh yeah.
Gateway's not bad. All right, there's red. Control red. You can summon blue.
So there's the blue one.
There's blue. Yep, making the circle, and then we just call Big Bag. What is that? Screw it. Doing its best Ice Dragon's Prison impression, I guess. This card says both players must banish monsters they control face down until they both control one. And that's what I was saying about a Rise Heart. Like, just ending on a Rise Heart and Big Bang is like quite good, you know? Because you get to keep your monster, and they lose. You know, if your opponent like is playing Sprite, maybe they have like 3-4 monsters on the field, and you just get to take out a lot of them.
I think he
So
had, like,
Peterbird, yeah, clearly showing that he's read theory about Kashtira.
I feel that is probably the better way for Kashtira to be played right now, because everyone is so prepared for the big lockout boards, the Book of Eclipses, the Nibiru's, the Lava Golems. There's just so much
laughing
ready for it.
Laughing at how that material is just being sprawled out across the battlefield. What zone is a Rise Heart in? Don't worry about it. You know, he's chilling halfway between the rightmost and the graveyard. there's another red, so we
Yeah, he did search for 2 copies of red.
we do know that, yeah. Now we're going to banish the other one. We saw there as well Kashtira Big Bang using its effect, summoning the Fenrir from banished. Right, get rid of that one. Reading again.
The Trident effect.
They're like, surely it only destroys it. Can't possibly banish it face down.
Yeah.
There it goes. Let's see the 3rd red. Yep.
And it's one big Zeus coming down on the other side.
This seems like a hard board to break.
Yeah, yeah, he knows as well. I think he sees the writing on the wall, knows that the Rise Heart is just a little bit too hard to get around.
What do you think the chances are that if Joseph had gone first, he would have just FTK'd? Pretty high, right? That hand was like everything. Access to a red and blue and an extender and the bamboo swords is pretty good. I can't really see. We got Dimensional Shifter, I guess, from Peterbird in the sideboard.
Does have copies of the Ghost Sister as well, which could
Pancratops.
be relatively useful against a deck that's
It's like, does Ghost Sister beat the FTK?
Probably does, right?
Because they loop Gaga Cowboy, right? And that has 1,200 attack points.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
so.
that would do it, right?
You'd gain so much life. I don't think the FTK will be possible anymore.
That's extremely funny. Peterbird with the anti-FTK meta call there.
Yeah, it looks like he's actually on the copy of Ibley in the main as well. Looks like he's on copies of Droll on Offbird as well.
Yeah, Ibley's an interesting one. Crossout Designator again. I mean, we are just seeing that card everywhere. I don't know if I agree with Crossout Designator. I mean, it's decent in cash, but like, isn't your main problem stuff like Lava Golem and Kaijus that you can't really
deal with,
interact with? I suppose if your plan is to end on just an Arise Heart, then those cards are not good against you. But I suppose with so many people playing like powerful spells and traps, things like Evenly Matched as well, could totally be worth.
Craig just sent through the deck lists as well to us. We now have those available. Looks like Joseph has a whole bunch of go in second stuff, obviously, in the side deck. This is a really interesting deck. I mean, it's got triple copies of Nibiru, triple copies of Regeki, Duster, Book of Moon, Change of Heart, double Typhoon.
I'm just looking at what his win condition is in this Six Samurai deck list. Have you noticed it? You don't have to say it because I think that's private information. But oh my god, talk about a blast from the past. Am I right, folks? And yeah, it looks like Peterbird is, yeah, like you said, on Ibley, on several cross-out targets.
Not Nibiru though. No Nibiru in the main.
And 43 cards.
Interesting. I mean,
I'm
I
kind
know
of the
Peter-
opinion that you can't go 43 in Kashtira because, like, there's only so many playable Kashtira monsters, you know?
Yeah, I think Peter's
That-
always kind of built decks in ways like this. I know that he's not a 40 card sort of enthusiast.
He likes a
It's
little
like-
extra flex spots.
Yeah, a
that's
little
fair.
bit of extra.
He's got a little bit of something for everything, right? You know, he's got an Ibly, he's got a cross out designator, he's got some hand traps, just a little bit of everything.
And the side, also, what is that?
That being said, he's got like one Nibiru
Mm.
and like
So-
one Droll. Like, I can he stop the FTK? Guess we'll find out. Hand on the table, so it could just be sitting there going, okay, if you got it, you got it. What do you think drives someone to play 6 Samurai FTK this format?
Just for the fun, I guess.
It'd be funny, yeah.
Yeah, just resolving an FTK has always been like you're sort of solitary, and you're not really that interested in playing the game as such. You kind of just play your own game. It is quite fun to try work out how the FTK work each time. Looks like he is going to be
Ash Blossom for the Isolde. Fair enough.
Be interesting to see if the 6 Samurai deck can play through an interruption.
Yeah,
and
can he
still
play
achieve
through
it.
this?
Often the downfall of so many FTK decks.
Yeah, this is a nice interaction with Isolde that I feel like hasn't seen a ton of representation, but like you can send Cursed Bamboo Sword to add a Bamboo Sword, and then if you were to send like exactly Cursed Bamboo Sword, the Renowned you can summon off Isolde can add back, and then you get a juicy draw 2 if that's what you go for. Okay,
Isolde
using
card.
the 6 Samurai United?
Yeah,
Draw
United.
2?
So gains a counter
Pot
every time.
Pot of Greed, you know? That's Upstart Goblin. That's another card. Good to see some Upstart Goblin representation, you know? Card everyone used to play. Nowadays, you don't see it quite as often with cards like Pot of Prosperity and things in the format.
Also, with just time rules as well changing, I believe that Upstart has kind of just lost favor.
That's true, yeah. Life points matter. All right, there's another draw 2. Casual. Is he playing the turn skip? No, there is no burning Bamboo Sword. Okay. Instead, we are activating Reinforcement of the Army. Adding Kizan, I think.
Yeah.
One of the newer 6 Samurais. Pretty strong card.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen the FTK as well now.
Yeah.
Been a while.
I really hope we get to see that. I mean, from the looks of Peter Bird's hand, I think we will. He's not looking super happy.
He does have an evenly match, but obviously that does not matter. Oh,
I wonder if he... Oh, no, wait, we're just
Awesome.
passing. Oh, actually, no, we're bricked. Okay, well,
that's
it is what it is, baby.
Yeah.
Well,
Peter does
do we-
have
do
the
we-
one card Kashtira combo.
do we evenly match here? No, there's Kashtira Unicorn. That'll do it. No. Okay. Might be a fast round here, not gonna lie. This might be a little bit over. Joseph Cotton, 6 cards in hand, could not find it.
Yeah, so
But, I mean,
it does
he-
answer the question of does the Ash Blossom stop the FTK? And in that situation, yes, it does.
I think like any FTK still legal loses to Ash. I think they've just kind of decided that's how it can work. Like, because we have like the Telephon stuff still legal too, and you know, no one's playing that except like some Lyrillix Tri-Brigade decks.
I find the only deck that can kind of get away with a semi FTK is Dark World right now. Obviously, it's less of an FTK, more of like
The hand loop stuff, yeah.
Hand loop, which is an unofficial kind of FTK.
I'm kind of I'm a subtle punk Naturia Runic FTK believer. I think it actually might be good. Because you just get to play Naturia Runic, and if you open Emergency Teleport, you also can FTK. Just
Yeah,
not
so
the worst.
Peter just putting up.
This is game. I mean, like, there's no way. Looking at Joseph Cotton's list as well, I don't even think he has like a single hand trap that stops this. 2 evenly in the hand, by the way.
Has a Nibiru, but I don't know if you would have put this in going first.
Yeah. Well, it would be really funny right now.
Oh yeah. Not looking good though.
No. Seeing here Peterbird playing the Ogre and Kastira preparations. Another thing people are doing to sort of beat Lava Golem, Nibiru, things like that. It's like, okay, if you out my board, I'll just summon it back.
He looks like he's going straight to battle phase. No, never mind. Ignore me. Looking at the extra deck.
And it looks like he is. I think he's attacking with Unicorn here.
Oh, he is, yeah.
Interesting not to make an Xyz monster first. I don't know. Feels like he could have maybe attacked for game here, right?
Yeah, I mean, having the Fender in defense mode there obviously stops. He could have.
That's the Osis. I mean, it's what, 2/6, 2/8.
I think there's enough here anyway, right?
I don't think it is.
2/6.
Oh, is it exact lethal? No, it's not. No, it's not. It's 200 off.
5,
Kashtira Ogre has Monarch stats.
2/4.
2/8.
2/8?
2/8 1000. It's a Mega Monarch.
Because the Scarecrow attacks in defense mode, right? And that's got 2.
It's resolving the Kashtira Ogre as well. What card do I want you to draw next turn? Not that one. And then you have to put them back in the same order. Very strange card. Alright, now that Joseph is on 200 life points.
Oh, he could put up.
Do we play the Flare Metal?
Yeah.
Oh, no. It's over. No, there it is. Well,
Yeah. All
it's
over.
Lava Golem or bust from Joseph, and I don't think his deck can even play that.
Well, he doesn't even have it in his list. So
I think Flare Metal is after a card resolves.
yeah. So even if you, I think it's when a card is activated. Maybe. Pretty sure.
Immediately after it resolves.
Okay.
Does that mean if you negate it, it doesn't burn you?
Correct. I believe you can imperm it, but
Yeah.
again, I don't think that Joseph's even on. And he is on impermanent side, so
Yeah. Some Trishula in the extra deck. All right. 200 life points in a dream.
so
Peter Bird on a
literally-
cool 9,000.
yeah, needs the imperm or it is all over here. Cannot. Well, I mean, he can like. No, I don't see it.
Set Fallen of Albaz.
Hmm?
That would do it. But also, I mean, this is like an innocuous board, but it's a lot to contest with. Fenrir preparations.
Oh yeah, I don't see a way back here for Joseph. I mean, he's really gonna have to have the perfect cards to deal with the whole thing here.
20 minutes left. He's got time. You can think about it.
Skeggs in the chat there is still back in Joseph.
He's back in cotton. He's got it. Don't worry. I mean, he might have an answer. He hasn't conceded yet.
Or maybe he's just looking at those cards in hand.
There it is, baby. Let's
Oh,
go.
good. Let's go.
That kid loves baseball.
Joseph with a smile. I feel like he's going out with style here.
Yeah, go to battle. Well, I'm glad we got to see it. It seems that his victory condition is the ultimate baseball kid, and there we go.
In that case, it was.
Yeah,
But
well.
not the way he intended.
I respect going out on your own terms. Okay, well, we got to see there, the power of Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring this format. Not only is it good at stopping Brand Fusion, it's also good at negating his ult.
Yep.
And Peter Bird showing his prowess as a duelist there, Ash Blossoming the second effect of his ult.
So unfortunately, there Joseph does lose the game, lose the match as well. We have 20 minutes now to fill. But we saw the power there. Kashtira just setting up the spells and traps, and a single Arise Heart is so hard for many decks to deal with, not just like things like Six Samurai, but every deck in the format right now is just
Could literally be anything next round, Alright, so in just a moment here, we will get to chat with Peter Bird, player of Kashtira, winner of round 3. What do you think about Kashtira? Oh, here we go. Can I ask him about it?
Yeah, we are. Is the mic on?
Is this on?
It sure is.
Is my mic on?
Yeah.
Wonderful, cool.
We've got both people here.
Yes, we do.
Double
We
interview.
got a double interview. All right.
Mr. Cotton, it's been a while.
Hello. Oh, is this Ruben?
No, this is Joe.
Joe. Oh, who's Joe?
Who's Joe?
This is Mo McDonald.
Oh, I was expecting Joe Mama, but we didn't get it. So
Ayo. Man, we're off to a great start. So
So,
Hey.
obviously, we saw a pretty interesting deck there.
Wow.
Ash FTK versus Samurai.
Wow. Did you guys see the misplay?
No.
to be
So
honest, I
I-
don't read any of the
Okay.
6M cards, so you can.
So
you can
before I make a sold lay, I can put another name on board. But I was like, I'll make a sold lay and then get the other name with the sold lay. Because if I special summon that name now, I don't get a counter on the Link Monster and Gateway later on. So,
yeah,
but if
I
I
get
don't
you.
do it and I get Ash, then I don't have a name to keep playing. And I got greedy and I didn't put the other name on board because I wanted that counter later, and it got Ash. I was like, nah, he won't have Ash me. I was like, so it was my own fault for just being greedy and like not playing into it. So,
Yeah.
But-
And we saw a boss monster of the deck, Ultimate Baseball Kid, right at the end there.
he had to come
I
out.
assume-
He's been yelling at me
no
all
good,
day.
right?
Yeah, he's like he got Ruben with one game in round one, but obviously I just didn't get the other ones. He's just been yelling at me all day. Put me on coach. Put me on coach. So he had to come off the bench, you know. And he did.
He did his best. He did his best.
Yeah, believe it or not, Christchurch hates this deck. I think I FTK'd 8 times one night. It's my record at a hobby. So, but
Jesus Christ.
they've not come to Dunedin clearly. The Sam stayed at home.
Yeah.
And Peter, on the other hand, obviously chosen Kashtira for today's event. We see your deck's kind of catered to not put up the huge board all the time. We saw Rise Heart and Traps was enough game one.
Yep. It was the most consistent play is a Rise Heart pass. I drew the Big Bang, so I knew I was in a good position because Big Bang with a Rise Heart on the field is crazy.
And you opened the Lance too, so you kind of just
Yeah.
put him on like exactly Gamma Seal to win that game, right?
Pretty much. I also had the D-Barrier as well. Not sure what he was playing, but yeah. If it was Pendulum, because he has played Pendulum in the past, that would have been pretty strong. But I was pretty happy with my opening, because I think I had Ogre in hand as well. But it was strong first hand. And prevented the OTK, I was just like, I could have banished my Rise Up face down, but he would have still pushed through, and sitting on it was the better play, I felt.
And
Yeah, I've seen that innovation from Kashtira. Like a lot of people just deciding actually a Rise Heart part is enough. We don't need to lock 5 zones. We don't need to like end on 7 negates. You know, we can just a Rise Heart, and if you out it, I'll make another one and just keep doing it.
Yeah, it reminds me back in the day of Zodiac, where you just put up a Dryden and support the Dryden and just kind of sit on the one
Yeah.
card and it's enough.
A Rise Heart is Dryden on steroids, because macro was at 1 for a significant period of time, and a monster version, as well as getting advantage from every card banished, is just crazy.
So anyway, thank you guys for joining us. Obviously, that's the end of round number 3 in Dunedin. A few more rounds to go before we get to Top Cup. Good luck to both of you for the rest of the tournament. Hopefully, your baseball kid comes out again, Joseph, and causes some destruction around the room.
Hopefully. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
All right.
And a pleasure.
Now we're going to be going to a short break because the round finished so fast, but we'll be back with you shortly.
What's FTK versus OTKs?
Yeah, good game. I am kicking.
Feels good to dodge an FTK. realizing that you could just use the spheres to bounce the regained infinite impermanence, not chaining the spheres here, because it does still trigger its graveyard effect, even if negated on field. Following up with Pot of Prosperity, decent.
Oh, and we might be muted a little bit there at the start of the round, but we are back. If you didn't hear us say anything before.
Oh, sorry about that. Getting a peek in James McIntyre's extra deck here.
Yeah, just looking like a normal Traptrix deck with a DPE in the extra.
Yeah, DPE, a card that, like, I've been thinking just probably should be in more decks. Fusion Destiny's back at 3, and there are a number of decks that could just use like the extra guy, you know? What if we reveal like a Destiny hero here? Nope.
The other thing with the Fusion Destiny is you could use a card like Triple Tactics Thrust to just add it to your hand.
That's true. That's true. It does kind of conflict with Traptrix because the new extender locks you into plants and insects, so you'd kind of have to choose between the two if you do get interrupted. But
okay, so
yeah, I can also see like make Sarah activate Fusion Destiny is like decent.
We have Decklists here as well, so it does look like markers on sort of like a Dragon Link sort of deck, but it is very much like Bestial Control because he doesn't have the Striker Dragon. Sorry, the Rocket Monsters in there. But
I have seen this deck going around. I love the Melody of Awakening Dragon for the Chaos Emperor and the Diabolos. That's really cool. I guess this deck, like you said, it's matchup dependent because it doesn't seem to have like a ton of great ways to get lights and darks engraved that you want to banish.
I also just wondering, did Mike search at the end phase there for Make Movement? Because I'd seen.
I believe he did.
Okay. Oh yeah, he did.
Well,
He got the
if not, then he's getting one here. I think he got a Drew Swim.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, so this one here is on 1, 2. Let me have a count of the hand traps. So it is on 9, I believe. Yeah, 3, 6, 9. 9 hand traps being the good ones: Nibiru, Ash, and Imperm.
So we add the Arachnocamper, but we can't use that and the Fusion Destiny. Could be a problem.
Yep, using
There we go, using that destroy. Notably, all the Traptrix extra deck monsters can't be, well, they're unaffected by trap cards, so you kind of have to.
James not in a great position here. I mean, a DPE
You could shock, yeah.
doesn't do that much against the branded strategy. I mean, it's strong.
I mean, hear me
but
out. You just go Fusion Destiny for Destroyer, Phoenix, Enforcer,
attack.
and then pass. You just don't use it. I mean, to be fair, in this situation, it's the only monster James would control. So if it is used and goes to graveyard, you can't Bestial it as a quick play, right?
Correct. Yeah.
That's like not the worst, yeah. And see here, that is the line that James goes for. He's like, I don't need to use Traptrix cards this turn. I don't think they probably beat this. Attacks over the spheres. Mike presumably using the spheres. Hits the graveyard. And looking at Mike's list, there isn't like a ton of like, you know, he isn't playing like a Morphage Sloth or anything like super spicy. It looks like he's going for the Chamber Dragon Maid here to get some follow-up. Seems correct. Seems correct.
Pretty cool deck, I have to admit. I haven't seen it being played yet myself.
No, I've only heard it talked about.
Yeah, one I've seen mainly is the Dragon Link variant of Bestial and the branded variant, but I haven't seen kind of like a pure Dragon Bestial sort of deck. So pretty cool.
I think next format, when we have that, there's that new dragon that is like a tuner that if you control a non-effect monster, you can summon it and then make a token when it goes to graveyard. Saw a lot of success in the OCG, just like maxed out on Bestials and using that as like a kind of synchro toolbox deck. I could see this deck sort of morphing into that as the time goes on, using the Bestials more as like level 6 non-tuners, with like the Lubellian package and some of the Dragon Link tools at your availability as well.
So I think I did see a couple of Trap Hold Nightmares, which don't do a lot against Bestial apart from the Lubellion's effect.
Yeah. But like Mike has to contest with a Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, and I don't know if the Bestials are like that good at beating trap cards.
I think you can probably deal with it with the Branded Beast.
True.
It will be more of an annoyance, really, rather than what it used to be, where it used to just define a whole entire match. Yeah, having a look as well at James McIntyre's list, it does look like a very standard sort of Trap Tricks list outside of the Fusion Destiny inclusion. Opting for the evenly matched in the main with Imperm, Ash, and Nibiru, the hand traps of the format.
Hand traps of the format, but again, not really what you want against Trap Tricks. I wonder, what Mike's side deck looks like. I'm seeing a couple cards in it that might be decent against this matchup.
So
Okay, Chamber Dragon Maid. It's like an archetype of like, Arnigo's deck is like, what if every card I summon went +1? Right? Chamber Dragon Maid, Magnamut, Libellion, Safer, like all of these cards effectively kind of plus you in a way.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's you're right, like the Bestials themselves kind of are just +1 cards outside of obviously the Druid Swarm, which is just a mass removal sort of card.
Yeah, and the issue with like Rocket Tracer, even though it is a phenomenally good card, is it sort of means you have to play Absorata, you have to play Dragon Ravine, you have to play Rocket Synchron, you have to play Boot Sector Launch. Like a lot of cards in your deck suddenly don't do a whole lot on their own. And I think that is possibly why people have like read the Bestials and gone, well, these are all like unbelievable cards. Why don't we just play these? Okay.
So he is using the Druid Swarm. Targeting probably one of the Destiny heroes in James's grave.
Thank God he put some darks in there. Every single Trap Tricks is Earth, so.
Is that a Gravedigger's Trap Hole, maybe? Libellion is in grave as well, so that will go put sort of James under a bit of pressure.
Sure will.
Yep, Druid Swarm comes out. Banish in.
Something in defense. Interesting.
Fine. He's probably going to just be sending it off with the Libellion in grave anyway.
Fair. Yeah, you're right. There he goes. Whee!
Which will then get to activate the effect of Druid Swarm, send in the Phoenix and Force to the grave.
But imagine if he had another branded spell trap to get off of Libellion.
Magnum straight away, going DPE, go away.
Goodbye. And now that DPE is like at the mercy of any Bestial in hand. Which he has. Be a pretty good thing to Gravedigger's Trap Hole, though.
Unless,
allowing it through.
Doesn't have it. Yeah.
Goodbye, DPE.
And
The once
James-
terror of every format has been defeated by 9 copies of DD Crow in main deck.
Quite literally.
Interesting. I mean, not the matchup that I expected for Trap Tricks. Again, I feel like if you're James there, like, you are correct. I'm sure they were holding that impermanence for like the Alibur or the Lubellion that was coming down, and just sort of like, Mike passes it, he goes, oh, I see.
Yeah, so obviously they're showing the weakness of DPE when you come up against a Bestial deck. Obviously James wasn't probably anticipating Mike to show up, or anyone really to show up with a pure Bestial deck.
Well, and it's like the risk you take. Like, I feel like DPE is a card that has sort of crept back in, because everyone's saying like, oh, well, no one's playing Bestials anymore. Tearlament, no one's playing Tearlament, so we can get away with a DPE package. And then you run into Mike Arnigo on Bestial control, and you go, all right, let's side those cards out. Let's
also
make some changes.
Ijizu cards did get hit slightly, but they are still like kind of lingering a little bit in the format with decks like Interior Runic. So
yeah, I fully expect those cards to still cause problems. I don't think
still
in
like
any
two-
way they've
two-
been
yeah.
power crept.
No, there's still 4 copies of those cards available to you. So they can be played still and utilized. So it's definitely something you have to consider when you're building a deck.
I mean, I gotta say, like as a current Tearlament player, a believer of Tearlament, I am astonished by how often you get access to those cards. You'd think like at one they're so difficult to get hold of, but I mean,
They're really not.
the deck still mills 20, you know, and that's like a 50-50. And they almost feel more powerful at one because you know, you never mill the second one. It's a straight value, baby.
So, dipping into the side decks here, I would say that the Traptrix player will want to go first.
Yeah, do you think Mike Anigo is playing evenly matched in this format?
Who plays that card?
It's such an interesting, like every single spell and trap removal card feels so power crept except for evenly now.
Yeah, so in Mike's side deck, I think that you'll probably be seeing things like evenly matched Gamma and your Book of Eclipses coming in.
Do you think
Maybe Book of Eclipse?
do you think he's playing a card you might want to put in going first, a virus card? Do you think he might put that in for going second? It seems so easy for him to just stick a high attack dark monster. But
I'd consider it, but yeah, it's definitely rough if you draw it and they set up a field that's just not gonna let that card resolve.
I guess, yeah. Like, what does Traptrix even have that stops it from resolving? And opening on Fusion Destiny against the Bestial deck. I don't know about this one.
Yeah, I mean,
Kind of
he's
gives
obviously-
Mike like free reign to just pop off during James's turn, right?
Yeah, has opted though to keep the Fusion Destinies in and the whole DP package.
I kind of like don't agree with that in a way. It feels like it's a bit of a pipe dream that DP will live more than one turn against this deck. Even
Right
if you
here-
choose not to use its effect, it gets destroyed during the next end phase. So,
Means
no,
there
but
as
then
well,
you got
Mike-
4 back row. Maybe that's good enough.
Mike can just, if he obviously didn't draw a Bestial, but he could have had a Magnemite there and be straight into the game, like with.
Yeah, like that's the
Advantage.
risk, right?
He has opened evenly matched though, so
Uh-oh. Well, time for James's side deck to shine. Do you have an answer? Leading on the Bestial Rebellion.
which I think is fine.
There are solemn judgments in James's side deck.
But did he draw one?
I guess. I mean, four set cuts. You have to imagine.
Like your NZ Open did, Mike just have the double evenly.
That's true. You know, sometimes you just want it more.
Maki, I think, and it looks like,
It's like
impermanence.
Imperm, Gravedigger's Trap Hole, another Imperm.
The last card, not.
I don't think I see a Solemn. I think those are all like reaction
That
cards.
is going to be a very, very strong evenly matched.
Unless it was an ultimate rare Solemn Judgment. I didn't recognize the art on any of those
No, it
cards.
looked like
so.
a Holotea.
We're chaining the Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer. Oh no.
Oh no, no.
That's a bad sign. Getting that Holotea engraved makes sense. Oh no.
Looks like he's going to keep a copy of Infinite Impermanence.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, didn't look like it might be Gravedigger's Trap Hole. I think I saw one of those.
Find out now.
Just like protecting the Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer. Nope.
Body language of James said not good though.
I mean, you just got even lead for 5 cards basically. I mean, I can't feel that good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Trap Hole Nightmare.
Trap Hole Nightmare, sure. Interesting to pick that. I mean, it destroys. I guess that's like relevant.
I suppose Infinite Impermanence it kind of achieved the same thing without clearing the body on field.
We can do this now. We can go this into Striker Dragon, search Black Collapse Serpent, search White Dragon, and then just make spheres. I feel like that's probably enough
And
from
then
Mike Arnigo
James-
here.
Yeah, sitting there on one card. I
I mean,
he does
that
have the
dash is
Celestial
coming back
draws.
next turn. Well, he
Yes.
doesn't if he can't get the dasher off his field, right? He has to summon something.
True.
Is there a world where you just don't declare DPE against the Bestial deck? Because like,
I think in that,
just wanna keep the
situation
dasher engraved?
only, yeah.
I guess you kind of have to just hope he didn't draw one. It, got a little
bit-
unlucky there.
Bit of hope though, considering 9 Bestial banish effects in the main deck.
Yeah.
We'll draw for
All
turn.
right, 1 for turn.
And he's drawn a Fusion
Standby.
Destiny.
Oh, the punish.
Oh no.
I mean, I don't know if I agree with the Fusion Destinies. I just don't know.
If he did declare DPE, he does have to summon one back though.
He's going to, yeah. He's probably going to summon back the Dasher, because if the Celestial is reborn, you cannot use its effect to turn it as sent to graveyard, I believe. No, yeah, that would be busted if you could. That being said, Celestial has an effect that destroys face-up spell and trap cards. Could come up, you know? I don't know why I would choose to reborn the Celestial here. I guess neither is good.
Neither is good. You don't want either one of these monsters on your field.
No.
Yeah, very unfortunate there, James, on the draw. I mean, any Trap Tricks monster...
He's laughing. He's like, oh, man.
So.
Bounce the Celestial. But what if James drew Polymerization, you know? Maybe he could... don't want to give him a Celestial back.
Fusion Destiny Celestial in hand, not what James wants to see at all.
No.
And Mike just...
I mean, if he was playing Hero, he'd be on fire right now.
Yeah, Mike just continues to just get one more card from every card that he plays, as you mentioned
It's
before.
it's like TGs or something. It's like just Magnamut every turn is like a free card, and there's the concession. Yeah, tidying.
Very, very quick round there, obviously.
Oh, and tidying can return the Bestials to your hand, and then you can summon them again. Wait, that's crazy. This deck's awesome. All right,
Awesome,
Mike
especially if
Arnigo
your
on
opponent's
2,
on that.
now 3-0-1.
Yeah, so
Good record for the Bestials
good.
here. And they said they were out of the format. Turns out, if your opponent is playing Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer and Trap Tricks, they're still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I would say, unfortunate on James's part, coming up against a pure Bestial deck and then pretty much just drawing his Fusion Destiny package in both games.
Yep.
We saw game 1.
Well, he
Double
drew 4.
Fusion
He
Destiny.
drew 4 back row.
Yeah, I guess. But evenly matched definitely dealt with that back row.
It sure did. Yeah. Bane of any back row deck, getting evenly matched. Not really many answers to it.
No, not at all. James, so we got Mike here.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello, Mike.
Hey.
James. You going, James?
What's up?
You got the brown pants on today?
Looking at that one, yeah, I do. A little bit sour.
Your hero deck's looking a little
Awful.
out of whack, my guy.
Yeah. It's
Oh man, unfortunate.
it's kind of all over the place. It actually has been going really good today, but that game obviously didn't look great
Well, I
at
can
all.
see your mindset of like, you know, oh, no one's playing Bestials anymore. Surely it's time for DP, and then you go up against literal Bestial dot deck and go, ah, crap.
That
Here
is
we are.
100% was what I was thinking. I was like, I'm not going to verse any Bastials.
Just to keep you humble, I guess.
Yeah.
Keep DP out of the format for a while.
Yeah, but yeah, the idea is basically I can do the Trap Tricks line, make Rafflesia, and then activate Fusion Destiny. So, the idea is to have that now protected. Sorry, I'm not going to Ash Blossom or vice versa. Or and also gives you 2 draws for your follow-up turn later, and it gives you that bit of power or punch that Trap Tricks really struggle with.
It's like exactly what Sky Striker was doing, just like main decking 3 Fusion Destiny a couple formats ago. Like, yeah, free draws, free summons.
Moving over to Mike as well. Obviously, you've come into this tournament with a pretty cool looking unique deck with Bestial control. What sort of let you come to? Why did you choose the deck?
Well, to be honest, I was originally going to go in with Bestial Thunder Dragons, but I chose against it just because, like, the deck's like that version's explosive, but then all the Thunder Dragons are all bricks. So I just went with something that was a little bit more, I guess, fine-tuned and more, I guess, consistent. It doesn't have the same power as something like Thunder Bestial, but at least I can look at my opening hand and be kind of sure that I'm going to see, you know, something playable. And it lets me also, you know, get into those games where if my opponent's trying to grind me out, I've got the option to actually outgrind them as well. So, yeah.
One thing I noticed with the deck is it's incredibly like streamlined. Obviously, each card sort of netted you a +1, and yeah, it was a really unique way of seeing Bestial played. So it's pretty cool to see.
Yeah. I mean, like, but the big problem before with Thunder Dragon variant is just because you'll have those hands where you open no normal summons, including the Bastiles. So just having more copies of the Dragon Lord stuff, the tidyings and whatnot, just gives you more ways to interact with your opponent. Other than just
I
going
love the
full combo.
tidyings because like bouncing a Bestial to your hand is like just good. Like you want to
Yeah.
do that. So it's a nice tech. The deck kind of reminded me a bit of like something like True Draco, like a deck that like wins by attrition, right? Every card goes +1. You summon a bunch of big guys that are like good in the battle phase. You got a bunch of continuous spell and traps that like go plus, and yeah, it's just like it looks unassuming as hell, and then you play against it, and you're like, damn, I can't beat over Druid Swarm. What's going on?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, it's tidying Seal Pass was always pretty good before with Dragon Link, so it's pretty much that.
Yeah.
But then now you've got more ways to interact with the Bastiles. So yeah, it was
I liked
just
it.
something that I just thought was pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it's one more round of Swiss, so good luck, and
Yeah.
hopefully see some more Bestial action later on.
So, yeah, thanks guys.
See you guys.
See you guys.
Yeah, have a good one.
And we will be going to another break. Obviously, with the round finishing with 20 minutes to go, we still have 16 minutes to fill. So, for you at home, go grab yourself another drink, grab yourself another snack, and we will be back with the final round of Swiss from the regional in Toledo.
Thanks, Joe.
Just for now, didn't you? Just not sleeves, but folders.
Yes, I do. They are 3x3s or 4x3s.
There we go. Too much in the end, actually.
It depends on what fits in your.
Oh, they will be the size one, eh? No, they're basic size of magic cards, I suppose.
I mean the size of the folders you've got. So
Oh no,
4x3 wide.
oh no, I think
3x3 is usually the standard one.
the standard one. I think, still they're actually just the standard one.
How many you up there?
Is that the newest release of Magic, is it?
It is, yeah, correct, yeah. These are 8
The actual like size, the new one.
very good things.
Yeah, I saw some of the last releases and I was into, it was like the Cold City one. Like, I was a bit turned on for some of the abilities and stuff like that, but it seems like it's spinning around a bit more actually now.
Yeah, well that's good.
The coast need a bit of a buffet at the moment, when it comes to things.
Absolutely.
I don't know, how's things been on for you anyway?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, busy, I imagine?
Yeah, I'm just in the process of selling the business, so.
Oh, real deal.
Yeah. We've got a buyer that deal, so. Yeah, I know. I was looking at it. Oh, they. No, he's about. Definitely fell into about Smith. But yeah, so yeah, looking forward to that. Looking forward to being able to do on.
So are they going to be taking advantage of it?
Yeah.
So it's not going anywhere.
I mean, it's remaining a game store, and whatever they plan to do is really up to them. I know that it is going to be a game store.
Oh, getting terrible news after 2 minutes. First we hear Dog 2 Tails shutting down. Hungry Hobos is on its last legs, and now this.
Hungry Hobos on its last.
Yeah, I think this is its last stage. Last stage today, I think.
They're closing for it?
I believe so. I'm telling you shit, so I was going to go on and get myself a toasty or something. No, it's terrible news after 2 weeks. What's your ventures after this one, dude?
Yeah, a lot of people keep asking me that. I honestly have no clue. I'll just see what.
Some time off is the main thing, I reckon. grounding, have catch up on all those bloody games, friends and shit like that, and go from there. Yeah, that'll be good. Thanks so much for everything. Christmas and shit like that. Nice to see you around. Thank you very much. Yeah, awesome, bro. Look after yourself. I'm sure you'll do fine. Yeah, no, hey, take care, man. No worries. Have a good one. Yu-Gi-Oh players, it is time of the round. So Street Fighter. Thank you very much. You have a great one.
One of the guys was like, man, you watch so much Tucker Carlson, this is Christian. You know, Tucker Carlson was all very Joe Macdonald. I was like, right, you missed the Joe Mama game, bro. I was like, it was so good. Christchurch would have missed it.
You could have sat there and decided for 3 minutes, made it a draw. That was your choice. So you're not as good.
You just summon this card. Summon 3 of these.
Oh, Andrew Gardens.
Just cool monster first. Cool monster first.
What are you ordering?
That's what people do, isn't it?
What is the trick?
Can you put a mole cricket? Sorry? Can you put a mole cricket in there as well?
Just before you go over the
Put Team Mr. Cows in there if you want Team. Understand?
Are you also that was what's your record?
X1. X1. Undefeated. Yeah. As of now.
Fuck, this is like pro, man. Made it! Come on TV. TCG should pay me. Oh. Pay me, Will. I'm sponsoring you on stream.
What were they saying when we were gone?
We are back.
We're back. I'm back. Well, then we're back. Actually, I'm going to go get some water.
We traveled up with like Jamal and Chevier.
And Grundy, yeah.
Grundy,
It's pretty. We did it pretty quickly.
yeah.
We left at like 4:30 and we got here at like 9:30.
Oh, yeah. That sounds about right.
We only did one stop for like pea and pie. Like,
Yeah.
what a big fucking dice here, Jesus.
It seems we can hear the players.
We aren't.
Yeah, the mics are still on.
That's
Hello,
right.
everyone.
There we go. Thanks, Greg.
So, we have Mike back. back-to-back rounds on
He's
screen,
back.
With the bestial control against Keegan Ham. I should not.
This must be top tables, right?
It is.
Because we got
This is
4-0 and 3-0-1.
one of the top tables. I think there might be another table of 4-0, 4-0 potentially.
Maybe.
So
25 players. I think there'll only be one 4-0 at this point.
we are going to see what runic variant he is on.
Oh, is it runic?
It is the runic bar. It looks like the Churia runic. So a deck that I really did want to see today.
This deck is good. This deck is so good. Like every time I play against it, I go, "Why isn't everyone should be playing this deck?" It's so good.
It is very good. It's a deck that just gives you so much advantage for not a lot of cost.
Yeah.
Also, Naturia being able to summon monsters like Barkion and Beast and just completely shutting off like a whole third of the game.
Slightly unconventional play here, ashing the Hugin.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people might save the ash for like Runic Fountain or like the Runic Tip, but here it's actually going to work out pretty good because I think Keegan doesn't have another way to Runic Fountain. Which is a pretty good card, so I've been told. And yeah, welcome back. This is a WCQ regional event down in Dunedin, Dice Jar Games, hosted by Greg.
Greg.
By Greg.
And we also are seeing, for the first time today, a Naturia Runic deck against Bestial Control. We saw this one in the previous round, and it was described as a +1 dot deck.
I love the name Bestial Control. It just feels like an old school deck, you know?
So Stardust Charge does get the draw. So I think he does have enough runic cards in hand again to try go.
Well, Hugin's a hard once, so
It is
unless
a
it's
hard one,
Tip,
so
you
no,
can't get Fountain.
I don't think he has.
That actually is huge. Not getting Fountain is like a big deal. That's how this deck looks to actually sort of play. The Naturia cards are really good at like setting up like 1 to 2 interrupts, but they're not like enough on their own.
Correct. We have the Baron de Fleur coming down.
Oh, it sounds like my lunch just arrived home. Be one moment.
Looks like it's just about it though. I mean, here's the freeze and chains to summon out another Hugin. And I thought so as well. Yeah, Hugin is not a hard once per turn. Making sure of that. Yep, definitely isn't. So he will get to the fountain here, and also discarding a copy of one of the Jizu cards. I didn't quite see what one, but it is one of the ones that mills cards to the grave.
So this has turned into a bit of like a mukbang stream. I had some chips and now I have some sushi. So if I go quiet for a minute, that'll be why.
So, just confirming there for you as well, the Hugin isn't a once per turn. So
What?
Fountain was able to be searched.
It's not a once per turn?
Nope. It isn't even a soft once per turn. It's just an
Wow.
on summon effect.
That's nuts. Okay, well, the more you know.
This will allow him to use his fountain to get the maximum of the free draws. And wanting probably to draw into some, not that exactly, but I was going to say more runic spells. But he does get the infinite impermanence and a sacred tree. Along with the Naturia, I believe is cricket. Or cricket.
Well, now he's gaming. Right? Got the fountain, got the Baron. That's like pretty much what this deck wants. More cricket in graveyard, so it's going to trigger the minute that Mike Anigo summons from the extra deck, which, to be fair, Mike might not do.
Yeah, and I mean, the only thing that he is missing here is he did not hit any other runic spells off the top of the deck with the draws.
Oh, he hasn't got any?
No.
Oh, wow.
No, he put 3 back into the bottom of the deck and didn't draw a single one off the top. So he has a copy of Infinite Impermanence and a Sacred Tree in the back row. I believe, as well, Keenan did choose to negate the Tidy In with Braun, and now is using it in the standby phase of Mike's turn to summon back his... Is it Camellia? Chameleon. I think I
Yeah.
never read it. I'm so bad for not reading card names. I just look at pictures and go, yeah, that one does.
I'm
this.
with you, dude. The thing about Camellia is this card is like really deceptively strong.
Very
Like
good.
you don't really think much of like, oh, you get like a free reborn and like your effects are substituted, but really what this card reads is double Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon,
Yeah.
which is pretty good, and it like kind of does what Branded Regained does. Like if your opponent summons, you get to summon, which is very strong.
Yeah, one very strong thing that this deck does is obviously with the Sunflower, makes the Sunflower a double negate. Because if a Naturia card was to be destroyed, you can mill two off the top of the deck instead.
Yeah, and we saw that Keegan also had a Naturia Blessing. Did they discard that?
No, he used it, I believe. He searched that and off the Sacred Tree and used it turn one. So here, in response to the safe hit, he uses the effect of Sunflower to bring itself back.
That's 2 monster negates right there.
Hmm. Keenan here will negate, and then 2 cards off the top. And
That was
I'll
cute,
cricket.
sending the Diabolos to search Blue Belly in there.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that is to note with the Naturia Runic variant is not weak at all to Bestials. I mean, there is not, I don't think, any really light and darks that you can use apart from the Runic extra deck monsters. Like all the main deck ones are pretty safe being Earth monsters in the grave.
Not to mention Hugin just goes back to the extra deck, so
Oh yeah.
pretty unlikely you even get to use it unless, like, I guess there's one in there because it was used as a synchro material. That's about it.
Mhm, yeah. So using Cow Space. Yeah, this matchup probably not super favorable towards Mike. Pretty much for that reason. Bestials, I've always felt. I mean, this deck looks like tier 0 when it comes up against anything that's like dark or light. But as soon as it comes up against something that it can't just abuse, it does struggle a little bit more.
Yeah, I can't help but feel like Mike like really lucked out that James was playing DPE in that Trap Tricks
Oh, yeah.
deck. It would have been like a completely different game if it was just pure Trap Tricks, I feel.
I think so too. I think that the game was severely shortened for the fact that James was on the DPE package. Like just putting those lights and dark into grave really did punish him. So we've seen the Sunflower use its 2 negates. Mike not left on march. 2 cards in the back row.
This is where the runic part comes in. If Keegan draws a single runic card,
Oh, yeah.
game's probably just over on the spot.
And it looks like one, but it is flashing. It is. What's the fire one? The one that negates.
Flashing
monster
fire.
effects?
Yeah.
Flashing fire. There we go. Yeah, but not much.
You'd think
use
that would be
in
a problem, but
situation.
Mole Cricket is going to give him access to a synchro, which means you could just use that to summon. You just get Baron again, really. Make Coral Dragon go into what's it called? Frody? Who's the 4? Jerry. Go into Jerry.
Community coming down.
Frody's the generator. My bad.
Meet in permanence.
Set the Naturia Sacred Tree. Honestly, not the worst card. Lets you cycle an insect for a plant, which is kind of good. Or a plant for an insect.
So impermanence will stop that.
I don't think that actually matters at all.
No,
Right?
not
We're just going to go
much.
Coral Dragon. We're going to use the Naturia, sorry, the Runic card to make Jerry, and then just make Baron again.
Straight back online again. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's at least a draw 1, right? Actually, no, it's a draw 2
It'll be
because you have
draw
Coral
two
Dragon.
because he will use the the fountain as well. Just put that straight back on the bottom of the deck. I don't think.
Oh my god,
he
it's
has two.
actually... Wait, no, it's like a draw 3.
Yeah,
Because we're going to
I
get
mean,
the Coral
essentially,
Dragon
yeah.
as well.
He draws an
that
evenly matched,
evenly
and
matched?
another Flash and Fire, I think.
Not bad.
Not bad for next turn, that's for sure.
Yeah. And then there's Baron. Draw a card.
As a runic player, it's always just so good ending your turn with like any runic card in hand with a fountain up. And when you get into a situation like this in runic, it's so hard to like come back against this deck. Like if you have put your opponent on top deck in, it's rough.
I love that this deck plays Coral Dragon and Stardust Charge Warrior. Those are two of my favorite cards.
Oh, yeah.
I love drawing cards. You know what I'm saying?
Obviously, entering the battle phase and going straight to the end phase.
All right. Just thought we could maybe get him, maybe shotgun a couple of effects.
Yeah. I mean, I think Mike's been around for a long enough time now to realize that when you're in a top decking situation against Runic, you really are just wasting your time.
I just realized I could build this Naturia Runic deck like today.
Oh yeah, I've got it built.
I might do. I love this deck.
It's one of the decks I've actually built recently as well, and I've realized how like affordable it is. Apart from the Runic engine, like everything is just common.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. Like, I was like, oh, I don't have the Naturia cards. It's like, but yes, I do. They're like, they're all commons. And then you have to own like Naturia Beast, which like, I don't know. If you've played like a bad deck in the last 3 years, you probably own a copy of that card.
Yeah, and a Barkion, I guess. Cool as well.
You don't even really need Barkion. I'm gonna be real.
You can. Like, I mean, I would definitely play it for decks like
it's good
and Labyrinth.
It's just like you almost always want to just make like the Stardust Charge Warrior for the free draw.
I think Barkion is a very good option though against those decks. Also, you can play Trishula as well, which is kind of cool. Like
I love that you can play. I love that you can play Scrap Dragon.
Oh yeah.
It's just like, I don't know. Sometimes you just need like a guy. Actually, I don't own a Naturia Barkion. LF.
Hey, card spot in the chat there. Good luck to everyone competing today. Sorry if I missed that message before.
Thanks, card spot.
Another great single store online.
Do you think they have a Naturia Barkion?
Hopefully. Let's look at it right now. Shop in midstream, eh?
I mean, I like buying this deck. They do have one.
They had a Barkion?
They got a Hidden Arsenal Collection 1 dual terminal rare.
That's a card.
That looks kind of nice. All right, so what do you think Mike's plan is? What do you think he's trying to do?
He's going to want to go first, obviously. I don't think he really want to let a Runic deck go first against you in this situation, especially the Naturia version. I think that, yeah.
Do you think you side out some Bestials?
I think so. I think he needs.
Can you afford to?
You could probably drop it down to like he has 8 of the main decks. I think he could probably drop that number down to like still 6, 7, and still have access to them.
Does have a copy of Eradicator Epidemic Virus in the side, and it's not bad against Runic. Obviously, all their spells are quick plays, so it's not like the kind of instant win button like it is versus a Labyrinth, for example. But I definitely think you bring that in, right? Like it's a total blowout if you do it. Deck is cool. Deck is cool. Yeah. I mean, honestly, a lot of the decks this format feel kind of like not exactly old school, but they're kind of just like they draw cards, they pop cards, they set up like resource loops, and that's kind of what they do. Like even Kashtira feels a bit like that. It's actually, I think it's pretty fun, you know.
Yeah.
Usually games last in more than one turn.
Also, thank you very much, Cardsport. I now own a Barkion.
Wait, did you buy one?
Of course.
God damn it. It's sold out now. Yeah, it's gonna buy one too. Joe, come on.
Come on, man.
I'm sure I could borrow one. It's fine.
So we're seeing here Mike open up with a Labellion and a I think copy of Cow Space there. Send in the Serenir. I feel like this one here in particular, send in Serenir to the grave, is one of the coolest, like, and pretty best things to send in the Bestial deck. Setting up the kind of he'll send a spell trap, assuming, you know. Oh no, he chooses the main one. Okay, completely going against what I said.
Yeah, what do you know, Joe?
What do I know? Obviously,
what do you know? I guess like regained is a card.
Yeah, you can send regained and like put a beast up and then like kind of get the regain back in the end phase.
Yeah.
And it, like sets
He
up.
must. He must. I reckon he has regained. I think. I think he's setting the Magnamut because he's like, okay, that's a good like reborn target.
So on the other side, I'm just giving a little look towards Keegan's hand. He looks like he's got 2 copies of Runic Tip, a
Lots of
Fountain,
Runics.
a Slumber, and a Mole Cricket. So, an okay.
That's a good hand.
Yeah. Obviously, nothing that's gonna blow out a field in one swoop like an evenly match, but
No, but he's drawing a card off Chaos Space, which is a great way to cycle back that resource as well. The White Dragon Wyver Burster in hand. This is definitely a Seal's Pass moment. Been doing work for him all day.
yeah, I mean, Sild's Pass is. Well, we saw
It looks like he's hitting the Magnamut just as a banished target. I know he's playing Striker Dragon. I'm wondering why he didn't make that. Potentially-
He has the option to go into it now.
He does. Yeah, I guess he's going for it.
Don't think he's normal summon this turn either. So
I don't think this deck like has a normal summon.
I guess Dragon Maid.
Chamber Dragon Maid, yeah. And I don't think that's his top priority. Now, the problem with his deck, obviously, is it's quite good at like grinding resources. Yeah, there is the Branded Regained. Only issue could be like, what if Keegan's hand is just like 5 good cards? You know, I feel like the one thing about Mike's deck that it lacks, like he said, is a bit of ceiling. You know, you get to go first. Your board isn't that preposterous, right?
So everyone, if you're just joining in now, this is the final round of Swiss for the regional here in Dunedin. However, there is a top card. There is a top 4 after this. We will have a 20-minute break in between this last round and the top card, so hang around. We will also have a player interview at the end of the round.
Sure will.
So yeah, Mike just doing what he did against James in the previous round.
This is as good as it gets, I think. He's got Spheres. He's got Bestial Rebellion on field, as opposed to you know, like maybe a Druis Worm would have been like slightly more optimal, but still, I mean, this is about like, you know, you got the Beast, you've got the Spheres, you've got the Regain, he's got an extra card.
The one thing I will say though is looking at this field as a Runic player, you have to be feeling relatively good. I mean, there's not like any oppressive threats, I suppose, on Mike's board.
Yeah, I feel like quick fingers Joe over here. Sorry, Ellie. Hey, it's fine. I'll just have to buy from a competing store.
Oof.
I know.
Maybe you can check out the Last Year Games website. They
That's
may have
true.
some lingering singles.
in the like HTML code somewhere, could go buy another Shadow construct. Yeah, like a Runic Destruction, kind of a, you know, it kind of counters like the Branded Beast, which is a pretty significant part of Mike's board. I'm sure Mike wants to use that on Runic Fountain. Like, I can't imagine either that or the Spheres. So threatening those out early could be pretty good. If Keegan can establish the Fountain, then that's probably a draw 3, and then that's probably game. So Mike is probably fully aware of the fact that he's got to do something about that.
Sunflower coming up. Which
Oh,
causes
this is
bit of
actually a
problem.
pretty favorable time to use the Beast. I'm not gonna lie. If you get rid of the Camellia here, that's very efficient, I will say.
Does it protect itself though, or?
It doesn't protect anything. It says if a Naturia monster would tribute a monster's for its effect, you can mill 2 instead.
That's correct, yeah.
Pretty good. But like if you destroy that, you're putting Keegan on exactly having like Blessing plus a Runic spell to beat Spheres plus Fountain.
That's
And
the thing, though, is he has that. I mean, we saw in his opening hand he had triple quick plate Runic spells, and now he has Blessing in the hand after sending that secretary.
that's true.
So he has a lot of gas in that hand.
I just think you can't let the Sunflower live, because then you can't Spheres to the thing you want to do is you want to use Spheres to bounce the Fountain, because even though you know, it is a soft once per turn, it would fade the effect, and you can't imagine Keegan has like, you know, 5 Runic spells in hand, I guess. It's a tough call. Now, honestly, this is a pretty tough deck to go first against with Mike's pool of interaction, because Hugin can fade the Beast. Yeah, we see here we're just firing it off. We're going to destroy the Camellia. Makes sense. It's like checking to see if it has any protection. Doing a good job. Mike showing that you should read your opponent's cards before you decide on things.
I think as well, it's one of those bonuses to playing a deck like, oh, there you go, the Slumber as well,
Yeah.
allowing the protection.
That will protect it from a battle or card effect once this turn. But, I mean, forcing that out of Keegan's hand, that's one less runic spell to deal with.
But isn't a problem
kinda-
to deal with. I mean,
Yeah, it is.
it is and it isn't. I mean, I think that the runic tip in hand pretty much turning itself into any of the other runic spells is going to be what kind of defines the game here for Keegan.
What does Mike have set, I wonder?
So banishing off the top.
That's true, yeah, the runic cards do have text. Chaos Emperor Dragon.
I mean, you could retrieve that with cards. So not the worst thing to happen.
He could do, you know. Because there is the tip. If you have an Ash Blossom, this is
The time to
probably
use
not
it,
the
yeah.
time, actually. Because we have...
Oh, yeah, I suppose you get the fountain itself.
Yeah, well, there's the Ash Blossom.
There's the
Banish off
Ash.
the top. Runic Destruction, probably looking to pick off that last spell and trap. And I mean, Keegan just looks in charge of this game. I mean, depending on what Mike has, this is looking pretty good for him.
He also has
Declaring the
another copy
effect targeting 2.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
Twin
but a
Twisters.
Twin Twisters. Looks good on paper, but we know he has the Destruction in hand, right?
Yeah.
Means he can just use that to summon Hugin and completely fade this. And because we have the Sunflower, we can't respond with the spheres here. Which means that Mike's kind of out of it here. Yep. Down comes the Hugin. Hugin substitutes itself, banishing, protecting the runic card.
I mean, Hugin there just showing its power, like, and the fact that the utility of every single runic card is just nuts.
Yeah. That's why, like, everyone's playing evenly matched and not Twin Twister. Like, it's such a risky card. If you go up against Runic, they have an out. If you go up against Trap Tricks, they have an out. A lot of Labyrinth players are playing Lord of the Heavenly Prison to beat those cards. So, yeah, it's you almost always want to chain Twin Twisters while, you know, like, your opponent has a Link monster in their extra monster zone or has some, you know, less ways to use the Runic cards responsibly. And from here, it looks like Keegan's just going to assemble a board. Or potentially just pass. I mean, yeah, the minute he removes the Sunflower from the field, it would give Mike maybe a possible chance to use the spheres and get some value. So in a way, yeah, setting 4 cards and passing with Sunflower. I mean, spheres is not going to attack over Sunflower, right?
No, and also with spheres, like, having the double negate, you can just stop both effects with the Sunflower too. So he's
Did
really...
Did we miss a chance to regain when the
Potentially.
Naturias were summoned? I feel like we missed a chance to get an extra Magnamode here.
I mean, he can still get this here in the end phase.
I like the Druid Worm here. I actually really like it. Because we still have the Beast Life. We had to use the Runic Destruction to deal with Twin Twisters. So,
Yeah, this here will force out the Sunflower on the gate.
Yep.
But now allows him to, if he wants to, try to use the spheres to bounce a card.
Yeah, I like that because if he uses the spheres here, it won't get the bounce, but to negate it, Keegan has to tribute both monsters.
So yeah.
So does its job pretty effectively. But also, if Keegan doesn't negate this, then the fountain goes away. Because this is in the end phase.
I don't think... I suppose the fountain does matter a little bit, but...
The draws matter.
The draws definitely matter, yeah, and the recycling. But yeah, he is...
Yeah, chooses to negate.
That. And Ash
And then
Blossom.
Ash the spheres! Oh, that's so painful. Last card, Ash.
Guess you just gotta have it sometimes.
Sometimes you just truly want it more. Alright, well, we'll draw for turn. We know a Black Dragon Collapse Serpent in hand, and that's it.
Yep,
Gonna need a bit of a miracle to get through 4 spells and traps, I think.
It will give him... I mean, yeah, this is...
Absolutely brutal Ash Blossom. That could have gotten him right back into the game.
And I think Keegan has 2 copies of Runic Tip as well, face down in the back row.
Ouch. Yeah, because if that Spheres had resolved, we could have gotten Magnamut and then gotten, like, Chamber. That's like a sweet +2. So
he's going to use the Collapse Open to banish card and then try to use Brain of Regained to shuffle that card back in and draw a card. But again, like
Getting my spheres back.
so, I mean, it's just so many things that Keegan can do here. He's got
Yeah.
a Naturia blessing.
I mean, the regain's going to draw a Mike 1 card, and Keegan's going to draw 3.
The recursion of Naturia is definitely been showcased here. I mean, the fact
Yep.
that
They're scary. They're really
they are
scary.
very scary. Yeah.
Just a Mole Cricket Engrave is enough to beat a deck sometimes. I remember when like Tearlament was tier 0, like playing against this deck, sometimes you just like low roll into a Mole Cricket and it just ends your turn. Like it was possible.
I mean, it did get hit a little bit with the Ishizu cards all being limited, but even then, I feel like the runic, you just play more runic cards, and it.
Well,
is essentially
it's
the same
interesting because it got hit in that like they can only play 1 of each, but
How does
the
it work,
worst
though?
matchup for the Ishizu cards is now kind of out of the format, right? So
Mm.
previously Ishizu Runic had the problem where if you fired off something like Kelbeck or an Agido, you would likely walk right into a Tearlament player who would just get a lot more than you. But now, if you hit the 1 Kelbeck or the 1 Agido, you can just fire it off like most of the time and get the free beneficial mills. I think it's actually like an improvement for the deck in a way that you can just use the Ishizu cards a lot more aggressively than you could back in the Tearlament format. Obviously, you can't play stuff like Gravekeeper's Trap anymore, but you know, that was always a bit of a fringe card anyway.
Yeah, as well, we see the Sunflower just coming straight back to the field with the Camellia's effect.
Yeah.
Number 2.
So did we draw Margamut for turn? Was that the draw? Or no, that was the Regained Reborn.
Yeah.
So we still don't know the card in Mike's hand.
It looked like an infinite permanence, but I could be wrong.
Oh, and hits the Kelbeck off of Sunflower. That is just a little good. And a Slumber, you know, just to add insult to injury there.
Well, right now it means that Keegan has. Well, he has everything. Let's be real.
Was Keegan just not using it? He's like, I don't want to give you anything. Just in case you mill anything good here. I guess tidying is pretty bad for him, so fair enough. I would have just fired it. I would have just been like, hey, check this out.
I guess you have to look.
I feel like he's probably
doing it right. I think that
he's probably
Naturia-
thinking like, well, I'm winning anyway. I might as well just like stick to the game plan and not mess with things.
And he also has so much fuel in his grave already. I don't think he really needed to add any more.
But what if you did? You know, what if you hit
What
even
if
more?
You did exactly that. It's Naturia. Sorry, Runic tip, not Naturia tip.
Yeah, lets you search for whatever you want.
Reinforcements of the army for any spell.
I feel like the fact that Tip can also search the field spell just makes it just a little bit good. I can see why it's like a $50 card.
So Branded Beast activated to.
We're going to try and get rid of the fountain. I mean, this is big. If Keegan doesn't have another runic spell,
He does.
which we
But
know he does, I guess if he was out of Hugin's Smile,
Probably one left. Oh,
Which
actually,
I
maybe
don't.
not. I think the Naturia Runic only plays 2 potentially.
yeah. Wait, no, we're not summoning here. Hold up.
Yeah, he is only on 2 Hugin. One has been used for a synchro.
This kind of
That hurts.
this
yeah.
matters. This matters a lot. Oh my god, we got rid of the fountain. No draw 3. I mean, yeah, the board's still in Keegan's favor here. Yeah, there's the slumber. I mean, if you're Keegan now, do you think like, we just gonna deck my gun go out? Is that the plan? I think it was a tidying. A little sad, but I mean, things have been worse for Mike. Beast is live again. If the regained resolves.
Go for some curses there. Maybe he's
It's
just going
fine.
to the deck out here. I mean, oh no,
Yeah, no, he's summoning. He's summoning
he's
Jerry to
summoning
get back the fountain.
Yeah, sure.
I don't. Does he have? He has 1 runic spell in hand,
Yes, and that blessing.
so we
he
can
has
just
everything.
activate fountain and fire that, and we should be fine.
Yeah,
That being
Blessing's
said,
not
to
his-
get his extra monster zone free, yeah, okay, it is a card he can use. I was like, if he can't free up his extra monster zone without summoning, that would make regained live, and then Beast would be live. But yeah, now he gets to draw 3. It
Not
just took a
looking
turn
good.
off.
Yeah, not looking
It's
good
just
for
his
Mike.
second Twin Twisters. Ah, not quite. And that is 3 good ones. There's like, was it Blessing, a runic spell? Yeah, now we get to do.
Hand, so it was double runic spell and some kind of monster. I think.
Yikes! All right, well we could go Coral Dragon. That triggers regain, which means Beast would get a pop. Can reborn Druisworm, wipe the board.
I think here you just
doesn't
kind of
want to do
play
that.
Runic control, right? Oh, he is going Coral. I suppose he can go to Bron the floor.
Again, I would have regained on the summon of Jerry here just to have it. But no, I guess you want to contest the tuner here. So this clears if Beast resolves. using Coral Dragon's effect. Seldom employed. Kind of like soft Briannac. Discard a card, destroy a card. I really like Coral Dragon. I love this card. I love summoning it. Yeah. Beast.
Gonna be using
target the
Beast?
Coral Dragon. No, target the... that doesn't really matter. Either way, Keegan gets the draw here.
See, he had another copy of Slumber in hand.
Oh my god, we could use that right here. I mean, one interesting thing Mike has access to is like not using the Druisworm here means Keegan can't use runic spells to summon from the extra deck. It's a risky play, but actually seeing that he's on 0 Hugins left may be the correct play. He obviously opts to not use it, so he's planning around that. Camellia here is sort of the punish. Will we see a Scrap Dragon? Like, imagine. I don't think we will, but it would be funny. I assume we're going to make a Naturia Beast, right?
Just looking at his list here, yeah, he's got a Beast Barkion.
If we go Blessing, Reborn the Mole Cricket, make Naturia Beast, Reborn the Mole Cricket again, that would be a pretty strong play.
Does have a copy of Chengying as well.
Nice. That's a good card.
It's actually not bad against the Bestial matchup either.
That just goes for the Sunflower. I was like, good enough. It's right back where we were just a few actions ago.
This time.
This is a Baron for sure. No? Chenyu?
Maybe Chengying?
Nah. Play it safe. Make the Baron. Baron Fountain. Too good. Destroy the regained. Then this is looking pretty bad for Mike.
Oh, yeah.
I think Baron Fountain is like just the strongest like 2 cards you could control in the game right now. Still have a mystery set card from Mike.
Yeah. Not looking good at all though for Mike here.
Yep.
I can't think of any card that can bring him straight back into this game. Especially
like Imperm Mirror Force. I don't know.
That's fine with no battle phase.
Oh, it was Eradicator Epidemic. We could have used that with the Druisworm. We could have just fired that, right?
Yeah.
I wonder why he didn't. I mean, it wouldn't have been great, but it would have been as another Eradicator, Twin Twister. At this point, do you think Keegan's like, oh, well, there's all your backer removal gone. Time to deck you out?
I think so. I think looking at the deck there, it probably is only around 12 to 15 cards.
Yeah.
That's only a few runic spells away from putting you in a huge danger.
True. A few turns without a battle phase, though, so Mike's got a couple draw phases left.
But again,
So next turn, Keegan will have a battle phase.
Really is going to just need to... I don't know. He needs a couple of turns, really, to get back into this one.
Yeah.
Oh, Levineer.
That's pretty good. I mean, it loses to the Baron, but it's pretty good. Among the better cards you could have.
With Camellia, though, that does bring Sunflower back again. The
Wait, but we're
reoccurring
opting for
nightmare.
Camellia?
It's really not looking good here.
I think it's resolving, though.
I don't think he used the effect of living there.
Oh, he just summoned it. Eradicated.
And then Bron negates the Eradicator.
Yeah. There we go. Even though with no battle phase, I think Mike's like, yeah, you know, this game, the writing's on the wall.
Yeah. Even an Imperm in the back row there as well.
That brings Runic to a 5-0. Runic Naturia
Yeah, a deck that
Looking very strong.
I did kind of want to see in this event. I think I spoke earlier in the week about wanting to see this one in Dunedin, and here it is, and it shows that it is a very, very strong deck going 5-0.
I mean, it's done well for itself at a pretty significant number of events.
I think it's really, really, really strong and like super unique, and the recursion it has with the Sunflower, like just putting that pressure on your opponent turn after turn after turn, putting up Baron multiple times is one of those decks.
I got to agree, yeah. All right, one more player interview, then another short break before we get to top 4.
So we're here with Egan, winner of round 5, with Cherry Runic. Obviously, we saw the power of that deck winning today.
Yeah.
And why did you choose it today?
It's just kind of a more fun deck in this meta, as opposed to like Kashtera Labyrinth, where it's somewhat degenerate and even branded with expulsion locks and such. So it's a bit more of a fun way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! This format, in my opinion. And it's pretty strong, and you don't really get blown out too much. Like, I was testing Labyrinth back at my locals, and everyone was just playing like Dinko, or you play the Merits or Rush to get Eradicator, and it just didn't feel fun, and I didn't feel confident bringing it to this event.
Fair enough.
One thing we saw with Naturia is just its resilience, and the grind game it has is absolutely insane with Kazakh Sunflower and Camellia.
Yeah, so Camellia's a really good card with it just being able to, whenever your opponent summons a monster, you just special one back. So it's hard to play around it properly in most decks.
Yeah, just all that paired with the ultimate recursion engine, which is Runic, definitely makes it hard for anyone to outgrind you in those sorts of games. Also on Mike's side, pretty rough coming up against one of these decks. With not many
No
darks.
No darks.
Definitely was one of my worst matchups, just because my deck's supposed to grind, but his is better at grinding than mine. So, on top of the fact that he's not playing any lights or darks. So
They just don't go away. Like,
yeah.
Sunflower and Camellia they just keep coming back. It's like so hard, and you think you've like, oh, I'll pop the Sunflower this time, and they're like, okay, I have Blessing, bring it back. You're like, god damn it, there's no winning against this stuff.
Yeah, there was definitely a couple of moments where I did misplay, but I don't think it would have mattered in the grand scheme of things, just because of just how much advantage he had.
I think I think that game too, when you went first, it was just like so hard even for us to call like what is we knew what was in your hand, Keegan, like we'd seen it.
Yeah.
And even then we're like, I don't know what to beast here. I don't know what you would use Twin Twisters on. Like it's so hard because you know the Hugin's in hand to protect stuff. You really want to use the spheres to prevent like so that they can't use Hugin to protect, but spheres bounce fountains like a pretty bad play because it's a soft once button.
Yeah, and I already
tough one.
And also just Mole Cricket just going second just summons Camellia Sunflower, and it's essentially instantly 2 monster negates, and you're dumping Tree to grab Blessing.
Yep.
And then it's pretty hard to like. It's good playing into any board that's not just like set 5 pass.
Yep.
I've been playing the deck myself a bit lately, the Naturia Runic version, and I just found like going second all the time, you never really feel that under threat, like with whatever your opponent puts up. You're absolutely correct there. There's a super good choice, obviously going 5-0 today. Moving into top 4, so congratulations on being undefeated. And commiserations, Mike, losing that last round.
Yeah.
But I'm sure we'll see you back at other events.
Yeah, so it's all good. Thanks, guys.
All good. Thanks for the games, guys.
So we will be back very shortly. We have a 20-minute break now until we go into the top 4. So I'll be super interested to see what other decks have made the top cut today.
Me too.
So we'll be back shortly.
All right. See you soon.
We are back.
And we're back with 2 Dunedin locals.
No.
I thought Peter Bird was from Auckland. Hold on.
He's representing Dunedin again, and that's fair enough. He did do a lot of work in Dunedin and ran the scene down there for.
So you could put literally any city on Peter Bird's name and probably would be fine.
He could represent
Rotorua
as well.
That's so true. But yeah, we got Mech Knight Invoked versus Peter Bird on Kashtira, which we saw a little earlier. And obviously, Harrison almost taking the meta call of not showing up, but here he is.
And our other top 4 match, I've been told, is
obviously Runic Maturia
versus Dudson.
Dudson? I haven't actually seen
Dudson
Dudson this time. What's he on?
He is on MathMech.
MathMech. So a pretty, besides Mech Knight Invoked, pretty expected top cut. You know, Naturia, Runic, Kashtira, MathMech, but Mech Invoked, funnily enough, a local at Auckland, Capano, who often watches the streams. Shout outs to Capano. But yeah, he loves this deck. Like, he's been playing Mech Knight Invoked or like Mech Knight Invoked Dogmatica for like
years.
I think since Rise of the Duelist came out. So actually pretty familiar with what this deck is doing this format. And it's kind of similar to what Drew was doing with Zodiac, like just good staples, some good engines. It seems like a theme this season. Good engines, good staples, and a couple of win conditions, and there you go. That's a deck.
We saw Peter Bird obviously in, I think it was round number 2 or 3.
I think it was round 2, and it was round 3 because he was 1-1. So it seems like he managed to win all the other games and take himself to top 4.
Hasn't opened super well. It's 2
that is not the best open.
A Lance.
Is that like 5 spell traps? Is that 3 Imperm, Lance, and
Rise Heart.
Cross out, I think.
He is going second, so see what happens.
Yeah, it's actually not that bad. If he draws Unicorn off the top, he just wants it more. But Harrison, pretty decent opening Magical Meltdown.
Yep, Meltdown into Alistair. We've seen this play now for probably 5 years.
Bet's in chat now. Did he draw Invocation? No, he doesn't.
He didn't.
Unfortunate.
So,
pretty much every time I've ever impermed an Alistair, they just go, cool, Invocation.
It's almost expected.
Yeah.
So it looks like he has a whole bunch of monsters in hand and a triple tactics talent, which isn't going to do a lot against what Peter Bird has in hand.
No, but I wonder if he's on. Did I see an Ecclesia? Nope. Just secure Gardener pass. Okay. Probably hoping that Peter Bird fired off like a monster effect.
Oh, Peter did go first and just passed turn.
Oh no! Why? I mean, looking at his hand, I can see why. Yeah.
He does have the Finra.
Well, there we go. That's a good card. We found one, both. Oddly enough, Fenrir actually not full combo.
No, Unicorn definitely the better card to open in the Kashtira deck itself.
He could go for like a Scareclaw Kashtira and banish the Rise Heart from hand to make a rank 7, or he could just summon the Rise Heart. It's probably a better play, to be honest. Do you just like search Unicorn and be like, oh, I'll get it next turn? I almost feel like you do, right?
I think so. With the Rise Heart in hand, potentially.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah. It's just like, nah. I'll just do Fenrir stuff, and then if you out that, I'll use Unicorn.
Yep. So
hitting him with Droll. Droll's pretty good.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean,
the thing is, we have the Rise Heart in hand, so we can still sort of combo.
I think as well.
Not
Peter
like
Bird was on
full combo.
He was on a copy of, I think, I'll just go back to the deck list.
He's playing a Droll, right?
He is playing a Droll, so he could have crossed out of the Drolls, chosen not to, because I don't think
he can search anymore.
Really does anything with his current hand.
I literally don't think he can search another card, so he's probably just going to banish a card he doesn't want to draw here. Maybe like another copy of Unicorn, or like maybe the Kashtira Ogre. Either that, or he sets up like a Theosis and banished for maybe later on making an Arise Heart. He's kind of got like everything here. Like, to be honest, even this board state, in a simplified game state, I mean, Fenrir every turn, kind of good. Banish those Alistairs face down. There you go, top 3 cards. It looks like we're going for a Tribute Summoned Unicorn. Wait, I didn't even see this line, but he's under Droll. Wait, yeah, no, this is a market downgrade. I think he forgot he was on a draw there. He got too excited about the spicy play. I did not expect the tribute summon unicorn. Looks like neither did Harrison Jenkins there.
He does, however, get to look at the extra deck now and get rid of a problem.
That's true. But I'm much happier to stare down a unicorn than I am a Fenrir myself.
Ooh,
I think it's a little bit... seeing the Mech Knight cards, so we're getting information about what else lurks in the deck. Maybe he thinks twice about where he sets his back row. Chooses to take the Morning Star. I mean, if Harrison's on 1, that seems correct. Thinking about, ooh, how many cards should I set, knowing I'm up against Mech Knights. Yeah, opting not to set the cross out, probably smart. Just ending on Unicorn and an Imperm. Could be worse. I do like that Peter didn't set any of the Imperms. And then there's a Gamma Seal. Oh, if this is followed by Blue Sky. Nope, Alistair instead.
Alistair.
Yeah.
Imperm.
Second Imperm. Okay, now if it's Blue Sky, we win the game. Harrison, like, please activate Ash Blossom. I really need you to activate a monster effect.
Nah,
There's another Droll in his hand.
Yeah, Nibiru Droll and looks like a Triple Tactics Talent. Peter, though, opening...
Bit of a slugger, drawing Ibli for turn. Not
Ibli.
a good draw at all. Just gonna battle phase and swinging in there.
Yeah, super simplified game state here.
You like can't Ibli because that gives your opponent materials to make a link monster. And a column, like, genuinely would be bad. You just pass. I mean, you know. Mech Knights, they might just brick again. He's going to set cross out, potentially.
Oh, it's pretty worth it.
Don't exactly. No, he's going to go for the Ibli. I don't know about that. Giving the opponent the card, but that is a free 99 link material to make a any of the Mech Knight links, or a lot of the generic links this deck plays. Interesting, interesting. Can we normal summon Gyasu? No. Actually, that looks like World Legacy memory, so actually... might have been the play. Feels like Peter Bird just gave Harrison a blocker.
Yeah, I mean, Ibli, I suppose he has burned through the links though for the Alistair. He has used his Almirage
True.
and a Secure Guard now, and Peter knows this. He did get to look at the extra deck.
Switch Gamma Seal to defense.
Yeah.
What a game. What a game we got going on.
Last turn.
You know, Blue Sky's a level 5. You could tribute summon it. Just saying. No, we're going for the Droll. Normal summon Droll. And that's what I mean. Like, this is just free link, right? Am I mistaken? I feel like that was a
potentially
maybe not the correct play. Drew Ash for turn. Okay. But no, no, there we go. There's the Blue Sky getting ashed, but I think from here we have like a bit more commanding presence on the board state. There's the tactics finally getting to draw 2 off of that card. And he drew Invocation and Book of the Law. You've got to be kidding me. There's no way we're on Book of the Law. That's so cool. Book of the Law, a quick play that lets you change an invoked fusion for a different invoked fusion. It's cool. It's like a cool card. Surprised it never saw play. I think a couple decks played 1 because it's searchable off of the Alistair Link 2. Seeing here, oh yeah, Invocation. I can take cards from your graveyard. Probably not worth banishing Kashtira cards though. Oh, but Purgatrio.
Fire.
But imagine. Kind of, but imagine putting Rise Heart in the banish zone is like a net negative. Theosis can get it back, maybe. Speaking of getting cards back, though, there's Alistair.
Yeah, the recursion engine that definitely.
No, we did. I was like, we normal draw, so we have normal, but Alistair for next turn, not bad.
Well, here he can blow.
Oh, it's super polymerization. That's not bad. Right, obviously thinking about like what's my next play. Well, Mech Knight Invoked is like a deck that's been around for so long. Has seen like 0 play in the last, I don't know, 2 years, and now has suddenly like kind of made a resurgence. Is normal summon Alistair good enough now? Is it like just that weak of a format?
Potentially. I mean, it always does sort of rear its head in these like very open and diverse formats where it does what it does just very well. It doesn't require your opponent to really interact with you all that much. It's more of a sort of a deck that it really doesn't care what your opponent does.
Yeah. And I mean, we saw like Zodiac going second. Now we got Mech Knight Invoked, which kind of wants to go second. Going second, kind of strong right now as well, which you don't often say in Yu-Gi-Oh.
So managing to get over the Gamma with the Alistair's effect in the hand.
Kind of an honorary Mech Knight card, Gamma. One of the only kaijus that most Mech Knights can actually attack over.
Does Harrison have a super poly target here? Because he does have Book of Law.
Yeah, there's got to be a target.
I mean, if he does, this is potentially game.
I get Mud Dragon of the Swamp.
Well, not quite. $1,000.
No, that's not quite.
If he had
Getting
Blue Sky
Mechaba though,
attack
kind of
mode,
cute. Yeah. That's 2,500. I don't think there's a target.
No.
I don't think there's a target that puts Peterbird on 0. I think you could make Mud Dragon of the Swamp, but Mechaba is a machine and Blue Sky is a psychic.
He did choose to put the Blue Sky in defense. I'm not 100% sure if that was the
That's true.
correct
Yeah,
decision.
that would have been that would have been game. That's fine. I think Mechaba will beat whatever Peterbird's going on. His hand is did not get any better. There's the dimensional barrier that he's main decking, and that will be game 1.
Yeah, so game 1 goes to Mech Knight Invoked. Harrison Jenkins there.
In
taking it out.
Peterbird's defense, that was an unplayable hand. Was it?
Yes, it
Impum,
was
Impum,
supposed
Impum, Lance Riseheart? No, it was double Impum, cross out designator Lance Riseheart. That is.
I think as well, the big mistake came was when he tribute summoned for the Unicorn.
Yeah, that was massive. Yeah, he just forgot he was under draw. It could not have gone worse for Peter there.
No. I think he definitely forgot the fact that he was under draw, and then also kind of just backfired a bit because he would have had that Unicorn still in hand for the following turn, and also made Harrison's Gamma much more effective.
Oh, it was like catastrophic, yeah. But I mean, Droll, it's a card that affects the entire turn. Not something that you have to do a lot when you're comboing. You're more likely, getting Nibiru, getting hit by infinite impermanence. Yeah, that was, what an odd game 1. It was odd. It was certainly odd. Both players kind of opening average, I guess,
Also, as well,
against each other's hands.
I do wonder why Peter didn't activate the crossout designator turn 1 against the draw. In the end, I mean, hindsight, obviously, he may have been holding it for other things, but
It's possible he said like, "Oh, I don't need to use crossout here because I have like the, I have the follow up. I can just sit on Fenrir, and then summon Unicorn as if like he hadn't been drolled. You know what I mean? Like, talked yourself into one play, then kind of autopiloted it into the other play you considered. Like he probably thought, oh, I could cross out this, then tribute summon Unicorn, chose the other play, and then sort of like continued with the original game plan. Maybe that just threw him off. We all make mistakes, folks. You could tell as well the minute he summoned Unicorn, like he knew. Like there was no. I don't even think he attempted to activate it. He just went like, yes, I see. I have made a choice here. I do forget that you can just like tribute summon the Kashtiras. This goes to show I haven't really played the deck very much.
yeah, I mean, I can understand the merits of the deck. It's very consistent.
I actually really like. I like Fenrir.
Fenrir's cool. Yeah.
I think Fenrir is cool. I think like Ogre is cool. I like it. The main deck monsters are really fantastic.
Just quite an impressive extra deck monster in Horizon.
Yeah. And the ceiling of the deck being so uninteractive, I find like it's not my playstyle. If I were to play Kashtira, I'd probably try to
make it a combo.
Make it more of a control deck, which I think is like incorrect. So I'm gonna stick to my my Naturia Runics and my T elements. Thank you. Whoa! Tactics, Meltdown, Ash, Harpies, Alistair. That is a decent open. And he's
Is
going
going
first. Peter Bird with the fake out, making him go first.
He
Pretty good against
Melt
Mac Knights.
Down. It looks like he has Alistair in hand as well.
He does have Alistair, so you know. And tactics. Actually, this is catastrophic for Peter Bird here.
Oof. So Planet Unicorn. And what? It's a good opening by Peter Bird as well. I mean,
It's a great open by Peter Bird. It's actually really hard. I think you take the infinite impermanence here. Because you can negate the evenly. You can negate the evenly with Mechaba, and then you know, try to contest the Kashtira plays. You know, we have our own Ash for Unicorn, and I don't think Peter has a play through that. Like, you could field spell grab Rise Heart, but that's presuming he doesn't lead on field spell, which I think you probably shouldn't, but he might, because it's just like such a classic play, right?
yeah, I think so. I think Harrison, like, yes, he'll be feeling pretty good right now, but seeing the Unicorn and the field spell.
And the evenly, like that.
And
you're making Mechaba to literally just trade for evenly, and you know it, right? Like, this is not the nicest play to keep a card in hand. Do we have a trap card to negate evenly? Wait, did we have a trap card? Actually, who cares if you get evenly? What do you lose? Meltdown? Wait, yeah. Doesn't matter.
Look, yeah. Oop. No,
I guess the trick is like Peter Bird's deck trades a lot better for one negates than Harrison's, right? Like,
all cross out as well. Good draw.
that's not bad.
I mean,
Yeah, because like Harrison has
Gash in
Mechaba,
hand,
but
though.
like every turn Peter can present a Kashtira monster, which sort of threatens the Mechaba, right?
Correct. Yeah. I think
We
he's
can go Unicorn here. And then if he goes Mechaba Banish, we just go Field Spell add Fenrir. And if he uses Ash Blossom, you have Cross Out. I think this is looking pretty good for Peter. Just take some time to think about it. I think you'll nail it.
Yeah, he'll be thinking through the plays here. He's start opening
Right.
up with the planet. The planet already.
I think he
puts-
wants to. Yeah, I think he wants to lead on Fenrir. And we're going to say no to that.
Interesting.
Harrison is going to be really upset when he sees the cross out, because this Ash would do so much work here.
Oh yeah. I think as well. There we go. There's the Ash.
And there's the cross out. Yep.
He's not going to.
Harrison nodding like, yeah, you got me. You got me. This is This is a scoop face, right? We know the card in hand is Harpy's Feather Duster, and this is full Kashtira combo. Get Theosis, Fenrir, Rise Heart, make a Rise Heart. Yeah, we win here. I mean, we know the card in hand, right? It's Alistair.
Alistair, yeah. Yeah, so no more interaction left from Harrison this turn. But yeah, right now we're going to see the one card combo of Kestura, showcasing why this deck is the powerhouse that it is.
It does it every turn, if you let it.
So now
Then ulti Fenrir.
No, I think that's the Ultra.
Looks kind of circular. Alright, summoning Rise Heart. Going straight for the Big Bang. He's just doing the play around Nibiru play again, which it makes sense. Like,
I mean, you would
he does know that the last card in hand is Alistair, so there's actually no reason to play around that. But crossout was huge there. That is a good crossout memento. I disagree with this because I think Peter Bird, like, you know, it's Alistair. You could just go full combo, but yeah, why take the risk? I guess. All right, we have our Trident online. Now, the one mistake Peter Bird could make is attacking into Mechaba here, right?
Yeah, I think he knows this.
And he knows that, yeah.
Yeah. Banishing the Mega Buff.
Fair enough. Yeah, I probably would have made Shangri Era and been a bit more greedy there, personally. Why not, right?
Yeah, especially knowing the one card.
You know the card. I mean, he might not remember. He might have not been paying attention to what Mechaba discarded, for example.
Yeah, Mechaba just.
Because this is 0 interrupts against Alistair, right? Am I mistaken? This is 0 interrupts?
He could go into a Zeus though, right?
He could. If he'd made Shangri-Ira, he could have made Zeus and kept the Arise Heart. Or just kept the Shangri-Ira and contested.
Chooses to pass turn.
Oh, there's Alistair, baby. This puts up something before Arise Heart is able to activate. And in fact, Arise Heart is mandatory, so if we make Mechaba with the Invocation, technically could out it. Although we know the card in hand is a trap card. He might have drawn a Mega Summon. I think he's playing like all of the tech. Oh no, it's there can be only one.
Not super useful in this current state, but
no, I mean again, all the main deck Kashtira are sort of different types. A couple of them. So it is not currently better Dryden. It is just Darklaw. So we can Invocation. Problem is, if we Invocation banish the Alistair, Peter Bird can take it.
Oh yeah.
And
funny interaction actually. Yeah.
Yeah, like we don't get to get him back, right? So
he's just gonna set Urkin one and pass, yeah.
And is that Pressured Planet for
Planet,
turn?
yeah.
Oh, that's so good. Yeah, there can be only one's not going to do a lot against that. Unfortunate.
So Pressured Planet activate, add in the Kashtira.
We just get Rise Heart here, right? And we can Rise Heart banish Theosis.
That
And
monster is. I didn't see it. There's another level 7.
Oh, it gets Scareclaw Kashtira. Also good.
What is that? Hang on a second. I need to find out in the deck
Did
list.
you see something?
In the side, it looks like some level 7 water.
Oh, I have no idea. There's the Rise Heart, which is a warrior. The Scareclaw is a beast warrior, and our Rise Heart is a machine. So currently still fine.
Okay, it's called Medium of the Ice Barrier.
Huh?
If your opponent controls 4 or more cards than you do, special summon this card from your hand. Your opponent can activate 1 spell or trap per turn.
No, I know what Medium of the Ice Barrier is.
Yeah. He's on that.
He's on 2.
2 of them in the side, yeah.
Let him cook. Let him cook. You know, that's.
I suppose like going second.
It's
right?
to out double evenly matched, I guess. I mean, what the hell?
Going second.
That is a very old card showing up in this format.
Maybe it could stop Runic. Maybe I'm not sure.
Well, there's no searching for level 7s in the deck, so you just have to draw it.
Hard draw it. Yeah.
He's also on Desires over Prosperity, which I find really interesting.
I mean, I'm not against that.
If you draw it,
yeah,
it's probably pretty good against the Mirror, right? They can only activate 1 spell trap. Yeah, very strange.
I mean, I was talking. Sorry, the Desires over Prosperity. I think that's like. I mean, obviously, Prosperity is more of a consistency booster, but at the same time, Desires is always a +1.
Yeah, he's like trying to build his deck to like it's like more of a control version of Kashtira if you look at it, right?
Yeah.
Even down to like only 2 Theosis, playing the Iblis main deck, playing the cross out, playing the preparations. Yeah, it makes sense. Like you want to draw cards and have a bunch of Kashtira cards in your hand.
So here, 1-1 going into game number 3 of the top 4. Having a look at each person's side. I mean, don't have the the Meknight list.
Do you think he's bringing in Medium of the Ice Barrier?
Potentially, but
I mean, the Dimensional Shifter could be good.
He did bring it in for that game because I saw him when he was searching for his deck. Like he did have it.
The strange thing about Peter Bird's side deck is he's on like a lot of 1-offs, right? 1 Nibiru, 1 Pancratops, 1 Eclipse, 1 Harpies, 1 Dark Hole, 1 Triple Tactics Thrust, and 1 Hey Trunade. Clearly all either cross-out targets or thrust targets. Which means the only cards he has left that are sort of like quote-unquote generic are Shifter and Spooky Dogwood.
I think Spooky would be fine, but
it would be funny.
15 minutes on the clock. I don't know.
Yeah.
If it's worth it.
It's a lot of 1-offs. And of course, he's like maining the Evenly Matched, he's maining the Droll, maining the Ash, maining the Imperm. So like he hasn't got nothing for going second, but there aren't a lot of things I would say like that's the Mech Knight invoked matchup hand trap.
So it looks like an Ash Blossom. Double Ash Blossom on Harrison's side.
Making Peter Bird go first. I love it. Neither of these players wants to go first.
So
Well, that actually ends the turn.
she does have an imperm, but that's looking like it.
That's it. Yep. One of the weaknesses of Kashtira, if your unicorn is interrupted, that sometimes just does it.
Yeah, especially with no follow up there with the field
So we
spell.
got- Was it
Harrison
Ash Imperm versus Mech Invoked going second?
trying to
I
get a
don't think that's good.
So
There's the
Imperm
column.
on the other side as well.
Peter, like, can I fire the Imperm now? I don't want to call him anymore. Okay,
Purple
Imperm's pretty
Nightfall.
good against Purple Nightfall. Alternatively, he could hold the Purple Nightfall to dodge Imperm. Instead, just activates it. Okay, he must have activated Purple. Which, honestly, I think Harrison is, like, completely fine with.
Harrison as well, having another copy of Ash in the hand.
So we
ready
can-
for the next turn.
We can attack over Unicorn because it only has 2100 defense, and then the advantage of Purple Nightfall is that card just kind of gets you infinite value. It's just a really, really good recursive value engine against
Oh, Pressure Planet is what he wanted off the top though.
decent. Yeah.
Looks like Kashtira Fenrir as well is the other
Poor
card.
Harpy's Feather Duster coming down. That's painful.
Yeah,
It was
taking
only
up-
Evenly and World Legacy Secret actually weren't doing much.
So Fenrir
Fenrir. Yikes.
using Fenrir effect, and that will be met with another copy of Ash Blossom. But that's fine because now he has the planet, and he knows that he probably will get to resolve that.
What's he gonna make though?
Oh, is it Cash? Oh, is it on guard? I think it's Yep, it wasn't.
Oh, it's
planet,
Theosis.
so- yeah,
Oh, that's
Theosis,
much
yeah.
better.
Yeah, Peter will be feeling pretty good right now.
Significantly better than Planet there.
Yeah.
That is like the best draw in his deck. We've already used the Unicorn, so we probably get Ogre here, I'd say. I think Ogre makes the most sense.
Yeah, Ogre setting up the trap like reborn in the Unicorn the following turn, something along those lines.
The other option is just to get a Unicorn and just like have it. Could be decent. Seems like what he's going for. Yeah, just get Unicorn for a get Birth. Oh yeah, no, this is
Okay,
full
this is
combo.
fine. Yeah.
Yeah. I like forgot that he hadn't used Unicorn this turn, to be honest.
I thought he got Ash, but
No,
Oh,
that was
no,
previous
that
turn.
was
Yeah,
Fenrir.
he led with
got
Fenrir,
Ash this
yeah.
turn, yeah. Yeah, this is fine. He knows now he's got access to the Arise Heart again, or if he really wants to, he can start going down the Shangri-La lines, because he knows that there's not much left on Harrison's side.
Yeah, one thing about Harrison's play there is setting the evenly matched. I mean, obviously,
Questionable,
like, you know,
I don't think
looking
it
in
was-
hindsight, obviously a lot easier, but, you know, I almost feel like the evenly matched is your insurance, and now it's gone because of Harpy's Feather Duster.
Never been a fan myself of setting an evenly matched. I always just feel like that card never gets to resolve off on your opponent's turn.
They usually deal with your spells and traps first before they go
Yes.
to battle. So we're using the Fenrir here, trying to target the Purple Nightfall. We're going to chain the Purple Nightfall.
Are you thinking this one through?
Letting it get banished, searching for any Mech Knight monster. I presume we get either Gearsu or Blue here. He might not be on Gearsu because he's playing Alistair.
And Peter coming in for some pretty big damage.
4,900 damage. It's interesting the way Peter has built his deck. It's like a lot better at this version of the game state, right? Like he's not trying to do the full combo. Like having Fenrir and Unicorn in your field, that's enough.
Yeah, Peter now as well
And
gets
you're-
to look through that extra deck. Rip out
He sure
the one
does.
Card that's a problem.
I think he is on one copy of Morningstar, which is again like unfortunate because that is one of your most generic sort of like high impact extra deck cards.
You can either go through Morningstar or maybe get rid of something.
Oh, he is.
Spirit
He's on
Gunner,
two.
but-
He's on two. I can see a second one. Another deck that I'm a huge fan of, Mech Knights. I love Mech Knights. I think they're so much fun. They're like, what if Kashtiras were like less good, you know? No disrespect. I mean, Purple Nightfall's better than any Kashtira monster, but you know, summoning it hard, difficult.
Yeah, it's almost like a Kashtira deck with just more requirements, I suppose.
I think it was printed at a time where the idea of just getting like a free, 2,500 attack point monster was like a big deal.
Yeah.
Nowadays, we're just like, oh yeah, like every deck has that.
If you're Peter here, do you go into the Arise Heart? Because I mean, that does put you under threat for like things like Kaiju's off the top of the deck. Do you feel like
I think
just
it's
leaving a state of the free gesture is a better idea, or do you?
I would go Shangri here.
Yeah.
Because it basically leaves you with the exact same field plus
Plus an exit.
like a grind game engine, right?
I think so too.
There's like no downside, in my opinion. Arise Heart, yeah, like you've seen the Gamma Seals, you know that's like a very staple card in the Mech Knight list. Probably keep it in even for going first. So yeah, just any on the Shangri era. We're going to use that in the standby phase. That is a Dark Ruler no more. That is actually very impactful here.
It's I would definitely help him clear this field. Obviously.
No, because we can resolve Purple Nightfall again here. Completely free. Activate Blue Sky. Like that's pretty valuable.
It's pretty
we
good.
know he has the Blue Sky in hand, and he can search another card with Purple Nightfall.
So we are going to go standby phase.
Yeah, we're just using it now. Makes sense. Purple Nightfall, one of the best cards ever printed, in my opinion. Like, it's Wind Up Rabbit, but it goes +1 every time on both players' turns. That's pretty good. I would say that is a good card.
Again to choose again another extract monster. Checking out Grave as well. Maybe just gonna start. Yep, getting rid of the Secure Guard now. Stopping Harrison from getting the easy access to the Invoke Mechaba.
And there's a zone.
Matters too much.
First one. Peter did 0 of this in his last match. Choosing to actually, this might actually be kind of relevant against Mech Knight.
Mech Knight, yeah, for sure. Like choosing that's.
I mean, he's got plenty of options here.
Yeah, so he does get to set the Dark Ruler.
Yeah.
And he will get to summon the Blue Sky.
So Blue Sky for 1 here. One of the issues I always have with Mech Knights is like, there's only so many playable Mech Knights. So one of the issues is kind of like you start resolving all your effects and you run out of search targets like really quickly. Like blue could probably search like a spare copy of purple, and then purple could summon, but that's it. That's your resource train done.
Peter letting this one resolve. He still has that Ash Blossom in hand, so holding that for something else.
I think you probably ash this. Like, realistically, I guess you could play around exactly Alistair, because something like Purgatrio would be very strong here.
There's triple tactics talents as well that Harrison has.
True, could be playing around that as well. There's another set. It's a shame blocked zones don't count as columns. We have Indigo Eclipse in hand?
Yeah, he searched that off.
So we have red and indigo, kind of huge. Have yet to use the Fenrir, right?
Correct, yeah. I reckon Peter may have had the read here that...
I kind of would have Dark Rulered there. I'm not going to lie. I think maybe Dark Ruling there could have been value.
No,
Look at that. Blocking the zone. Wait. Now we're going to take control. I assume this deck plays Zeus. Nope, drawing cards.
He's trying to draw, then the Ash Blossom comes down. I think Harrison's punished there.
I think the Dark Ruler was totally the play, and now we have nothing.
Now it's like kind of just stuck with his own zones. He's locked himself out.
I don't think he considered the fact that Peter Bird could lock the monster zone, and there it is.
Yeah.
The concession. Wow, so close, but so far.
I mean, well played by Peter Bird.
The Shangri era mattered. I really liked that.
That was really cool. Seeing him block out those zones against McKnight. I think Harrison maybe could have flipped up that Dark Ruler, and it would have potentially would still be commentating over the game. But that is the end of the top 4 match. Peter Bird taking that one out 2-1. Pretty close though.
It was, and like legitimately was quite back and forth. I enjoyed that match.
Yeah, so Peter Bird heads to the final. We will find out very shortly who we have.
I think that's on.
Yep, we can see you now. Congratulations, Peter, for making the final. Harrison, commiserations, came close.
Yep.
Obviously, a couple of Wii players that could have gone either way there. It was a tight game though throughout. I mean, we were in a very simplified game state throughout most of that game. We just saw that Kashtira manages to play in that game state a tiny bit better than what Mech Knight did.
Yeah, as I call Kashtira, better Mech Knight sometimes. They're just a little bit more free, unfortunately, especially when they start blocking out your zones and you can't use the columns. That was quite a high-level play, I thought. But good job, Harrison. That was a great showing from the deck, showing that Mech Knight Invoked's still a contender like this format.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I was very happy figuring out locking out the zones and basically shutting him down. Because
It's like a new level of hate for Mech Knight. I'm so sad.
Well,
we saw game one, Peter. Obviously, you had the droll Lockbird come down against you. Then I think you might have had a moment where you forgot that you were under droll unlock when you tributed for the unicorn.
Yes.
And that was where you were punished with the Gamma Seal.
yeah, I forgot about droll unlock, and that cost me. Really,
We thought you were going to cross out the drop because I know you're playing one, right?
Yeah, I had the cross out too, so I really messed up that.
We just
messed up that hand, and I was like, I still had plays, and I lost my train of thought.
I've been there.
That's what cost me that game. But because if I cross out, then I have full combo. I think that's pretty.
A classic case of picking both lines at the same time and realizing halfway through that actually you probably should have done neither. But it's good, you won. I mean, you managed to pull it back after that. And just unfortunate how the zones paired out, Harrison.
Yeah, and that game 3 hand, it was nice, but as soon as I saw that Ash, it was over. Yeah, because I was tempted, maybe I steal something and I Link make Morningstar, but there wasn't really much point because he
loses to Ash.
Yeah, still loses to Ash, as well as the 2 bodies he had on the field were both bigger than Morningstar.
Yep.
We did wonder as well with the Dark Rule No More that you had face down, if you had maybe flipped it up before Fenrir would activate, it'd maybe gone down a different route there as well. But,
I was fully hanging everything on the tactics draw. That was it. And that's the reason why I did the Dark Ruler, because I would have and then maybe played it a bit different, but I was just wanting him to use Fenrir so I could then tactics. But in the end, it didn't really matter.
Punished by the Ash in the end,
No, that's a fair line. Like, you want to make sure he uses the Fenrir.
Yeah.
But congratulations for making top 4 with Invoke Mech Knight. I mean, that's no mean feat.
Cheers.
And good luck, Peter, for the final. And we'll be back shortly to bring you the final of the regional in Dunedin.
Thank you very much.
All right, cheers, guys.
Oh, wow.
There we go.
The Dudeson.
The Dudeson has made a final of yet another Dunedin tournament.
It's unstoppable.
Will he finally have his Dunedin crown knocked off by Peter Bird, like the man who used to run the Dunedin scene for so long? We had Keegan, obviously, with the Runic and the Churia there, being taken out by Mathmech with Andrew Judson. I mean, both players 5-1. No undefeated player left in the tournament. Both these players have had a loss, but that doesn't matter when you make the final.
I think Keegan was the only one without a loss, so good effort from Keegan. His deck looked incredible, and no doubt that Dudson is like a good player to lose to, like one of the strongest players, I'd say, at this event. And playing a deck like Mathmech, which we saw win the Yu-Gi-Oh! Open and then proceed to win a significant number of things after that in New Zealand. It's been taking kind of a sweep.
Yeah, and Kastura as well. Obviously, finally getting some decent regional results. I mean, that's one thing that the deck's definitely lacked since coming out, is it hasn't quite had the results to back up its price tag, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think what happened at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Open was a lot of people going for the kind of classic Kashtira play, and Peter Bird has been showing pretty effortlessly like what going for less can do for you, I think.
I think it's a deck that's played very similarly to things like Zodiac in the past, where if you overextend too much, you can get punished pretty badly. But if you play like a control sort of variant, as you saw there in a simplified game state, it can be a very effective deck.
I agree. Yeah, I'm excited to see what it can do versus Mathmech in the next round. I'm not sure how far away we are, but if both have been decided, I think it'll be pretty soon, right? Just be bringing the players over, getting the old deck boxes dusted off.
Yeah, I mean, who do you think will take this one out? I know that Mathmech being able to run so many hand traps in such like a condensed sort of engine definitely gives a pretty, I think, solid Keshtira matchup, and also
Yeah, I assume it's on Golem. I assume it's on Nibiru. I assume it's on a lot of the cards that people have put in to beat Cash. But I also wouldn't write out Peter Bird because it felt like that was his match to lose, so to say. Like he made a couple of mistakes. Sometimes when you get to top cut, you know, you've been kind of waiting around for it, and you get to the match, and you just kind of lose that like adrenaline momentum that you have from Swiss.
Oh yeah,
and that's like that's the moment where you can stumble and lose it. And because he got through that, he'll be really focused going into his final match. I don't expect to see him make, you know, any mistakes like he did in that game. So, you know, two players playing optimally against each other is like, it's anyone's game. I think both these decks are really, really good. And although Mathmech could draw all the outs, you know, Peter Bird could just top deck Pressured Planet after all that and come back. So very interesting.
Oh,
all right, here we go.
My microphone down.
Mathmech versus Kashtira. Two battles of big robot archetypes, which is also pretty cool.
So
Knocked
we
all
have
the
final of the WCQ here in Dunedin with Andy
Yeah.
Judson on the left against Peter Bird on the right. Both these players have been around for many years and been in many finals as well, so they're not used to this sort of.
Oh yeah. It looks like I think Peter Bird won the die roll there, so in his favor, if so.
It's opened a copy of Desires.
He's open.
2 copies of Desires.
Both legal copies of Pot of Desires.
Starts off with Unicorn.
I mean, one thing I like about Desires is like, yes, this deck is on a lot of one-offs, but they're all searchable, right? So by the end of the Kashtira combo, your Desires is just drawing you gas. There's nothing really to lose. Dudson just going to have a read of Theosis here. Pretty important. Probably checking all of the conditions upon its summon. Or potentially hasn't played against Kashtira before. Never know. Judging by how quickly that Unicorn resolved, I find that unlikely. There we go. Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Does mean Peter Bird gets a look at that extra deck, if he would like. There we go. Declaring Unicorn there. Never missing an opportunity. Get a bit of information. Question is Dudson playing 2 access code? Is a question I would like to know the answer to. It looks like he is.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Be a pretty easy take if not for that. There's almost an argument you do take the access code here because taking the second one next turn could kind of cut Dudson off of a win condition.
Yeah, so he's going for the transcode talker.
Also valid. Although not required for the Mathmech OTK so much. You can just use Splash Mage.
So Peter Bird really being able to activate this Desires knowing that the Ash is gone.
And he's not going to draw another Desires.
And Ash.
That's pretty good. He's just checking now what got banished. Looks like 2 copies of Crossout and another copy of Ash, so
That's actually a problem because he has 2 Ash in his hand.
I mean, is it?
Oh, not really. I suppose for Ash.
I don't think he needs to cross out Ash
Yeah.
anymore. I think he just wants to cross out, you know, something that Dudson has to answer his Ash Blossom. Maybe a cross out. Can always cross out for cross out, right? All right. 5 cards from Dudson versus, admittedly, a pretty, again, another board where Peter Bird's just kind of ended on Unicorn, showing potentially a weakness of Kashtira.
Have to
Sometimes you just don't have it.
The Battle Butler field center as well.
That's real.
Dudson's pass.
Yeah, rest in peace. Dudson was so good at that deck.
So,
Staying on Small World, this is it's a pretty juicy Ash, I'd say. Not a lot of good targets to Ash in Mathmech, I will say. Revealing Nibiru. Alright. Because the thing is, you can grab Circular off of this, and you can't Ash Blossom Circular. So, I don't know. I feel like maybe that is a valid Ash target. Obviously punished if Dudson just has the Circular in hand, but either or.
Yep, so
Mathmech Circular is the cornerstone of this deck. Allows you to send a Mathmech from deck to grave as cost to summon itself from hand, and then if a Mathmech is special summoned while it's on the field, you can search any Mathmech spell trap. So just a truly phenomenal card for this deck.
It really did bring it back into the format.
Totally. Just being able to search superfactorial turn 1, being able to search equation turn 2 to just give you easier lines to get to access code. This is what I'm saying. Like, I think maybe Peterbird could have taken one access code and then the second one this turn. Because if on resolution of circular here, you took the second access code, Dudeson's like much worse off. But instead we see a Book of Eclipse. So he's like, nah, not even going to let you take anything from my extra deck anymore. I'd like to keep it, please. Peterbird says very well. We still know Ash Imperm from Peterbird though, right? And a cross out.
Yeah. So it's
I mean, I think
interaction.
That'll do it, right?
The thing
You
with
could even-
Mathmech that I've always noticed is like it's quite a resilient deck to hand traps at the moment. It can, at least if it has follow up in the hand, and it pushes through at least 1 to 2 sort of interruptions.
Okay, but hear me out. What if you just save the Imperm for access code?
Yeah.
No, because they play Lingerybo. That's silly.
Oh yeah. True.
In fact, you probably Imperm this, to be honest, because if you get equation here, Lingerybo is like full access code, I think. Although can he without transcode? Maybe not. Maybe not. Either way, Imperming or ashing, pretty good here.
Yeah.
If we have one Mathmech extender, we could just make Lingerybo here, which would be pretty funny. All right. Alan Bershin, this is definitely getting impermed. And unfortunately for Dudeson, I think that probably seals it.
Yeah. I mean, unless that other card in hand is, I don't even know what I'm gonna make into this, but
It can't even be cross out because he's got Peterbird has cross out.
yeah. So he does get impermed.
Mm-hmm.
Does Dudesen have any other follow up?
I don't think there is any, to be honest. Without equation, without
Nope.
okay, no, there is subtraction. You know, allow itself to summon by reducing attack points. Or it could be addition. To be honest, they all look the same. But either way, modify attack points, summon.
Well, that's the thing with Map.
There's Lingerybo.
They always seem to have, like, you know, they have the addition and subtraction. And
Wow, and
Exceed
Parallel
is-
Exceed is the last card. Actually, very good here. This is
This is what I mean, though. Is like there was a couple of lines of interruption, and Mathmech, if they have the, you know, things like
Yeah.
addition and subtraction or parallel, like they're straight back in the game.
I hate
And
to
right
say
now-
this, but
This game.
this is game.
Yeah. I mean, there's
Oh
no more,
no.
there's no more interruption here from Peter. I mean, that he can't send anything across out that's going to stop this combo.
Nope. Yep, that'll do it. That's a Splash Mage into Reborn a Guy into yeah, Alan Bershin tribute itself. No, Alan Bershin's been impermed.
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm not trying to
all
think, can we make update jammer here?
He can make anything, can't he? Every single card. All it requires is 2 Cybers, right?
Yeah, Exceed plus Lingerybo into Splash Mage. Yep, we have it. We have it. All those two. Yeah, either or. Totally fine. Splash.
So there's Splash.
Splash Reborn and Mathmech. I'll admit, I'm a little tired of this. It's like every Cyburst deck, it's like, yep, and then we make update jammer, and then we make access code, and it's like, yep, good game. Every time you just look at the board and go, I'm dead.
It's funny because I mean we got cards decks like Salomon Great, we have Mathmech, we have Marincest. They all seem to just do this.
At least Marincest get locked into waters. But yeah, like next set, we're getting the cyber support. I wonder what they're gonna do to close out games. I have a couple ideas, I think. Ash on Small World was correct. I think Ash on Small World is like always correct, right? Because like
I mean,
Andrew probably
yeah.
could have used that to search Exceed as well. So
Given Dudson access to the circular, like definitely it.
well,
what's
either you
coming
cut them
from-
off of circular or you cut them off of an extender, right? And both of those are pretty bad for you. So
He does have to go through this a little bit different because he doesn't have the transcode, but I don't think it matters too much.
no, I don't think it does.
With the Cyber
4,300 attack on. He's even going for the search for diameter because he hasn't normal summoned. Insulating against, I don't know, like Actually, I know why he's doing this, because if the set card is another infinite impermanence, that could actually be a problem, right? So he's actually going fully into the line where he makes a another Allen Burschen here, just so that Diameter can be a negate, just to back it up. Could even use the Allen Burschen's other effect to tribute itself. Not that you should, but you know, be funny. There's the access code. And we're going to banish the Wicked and the Update Jammer. Use the Update Jammer, give it 2 attacks, pop your field, and that's game. So yeah, showing, like you said, Mathmech playing through multiple interrupts like it was nothing. I mean, unbelievable. Admittedly, pretty good hand from Dudesen. Was it like Small World, Ash, Exceed, Nibiru, and an extender?
Yeah, I think the thing is though is like you're right. Like if the Ash came down on the Small World, he doesn't.
I think he would have had nothing.
and there's not enough there.
Well, no.
I don't think that
If he ashes the Small World, he has to normal the Mathmech in hand, make Linkaribo, and then go for the Exceed, right? So then you'd still, but then you'd imperm the Allen Burschen made of Exceed if he didn't go for access code. And if you did go for access code, you can just imperm the access code. So yeah, potentially would have made a difference. But ashing Small World doesn't feel like amazing, right? It's just a 1-for-1. You expect a deck like Mathmech could be on Tactics or Tactics Thrust even. All right, it's a tight finals going into game 2.
Why is there a birth on the field?
I think he's asking to read it. I think he just wants like
Information, yeah.
Clarification on what the card actually does. It's actually pretty good against Mathmech, the Graveyard Disruption.
Sure is. Mathmech, a deck that obviously last format just could not perform with Bestials floating around absolutely everywhere.
No.
And
truly catastrophic for that deck.
Yeah, Ajizu as well, just not letting that deck play at all.
No.
But now
and like Harvness soloed as well. It was just so easy to disrupt Mathmech with that card.
And like Mathmech maybe is the deck of New Zealand.
It feels like it. I feel like a lot of enfranchised players who are kind of like looking for a deck this format have gravitated towards it because it's very flexible. It leverages a lot of things that like good players like. It's consistent. You get a lot of non-engine space, and it has a very, very, like, as we saw, clean way to win the game. So it sort of ticks every box if you just want like a consistent good deck.
Aaron Dennis
and just don't play against Mike Arnigo, I guess.
I think even at the New Zealand Open, there was a couple in top 8, but there was also a few sitting in the top 16 as well. So about 3 or 4 Mathmech decks topped that event. And then the following day on the regional, another 2 Mathmech decks made top 8. So right, it's very super consistent.
It's good. Again, this format, all these decks sort of remind me of old decks, right? It's kind of like a more nostalgic version of deck building, where it's just like, I've got, you know, a consistent 1-card combo that leads me to either an OTK or a few number of interrupts, and that's it. You know, kind of reminds me of like Orcust going for Boral Sword in a way, or just sitting on like IP pass and then playing on your turn. Very consistent.
Feels he's choosing. So Peter.
Lots of fake outs today. I am surprised. Peter obviously playing Dimensional Shifter in the side probably thought like that's good enough. Dudesen going for Desires straight away. Looks like he did not banish Super Factorial. Also, probably Dudesen sided for going second, right? He might have sided out a lot of his going first stuff. And much like Dudesen has access code, you know, Peter Bird has Kashiras. Pretty good going second cards. Seems like he banished like 10 hand traps. It's like Vela, Nibiru, Vela, Ash, Imperm.
Dudesen here shaking his head a little bit.
He's laughing. He's like, not found circular. No, he has not. Okay. Using the Sigma from hand, locking himself into Cyburst, normal summoning Diameter. Could have gone for a Linkaribo there. Don't know why he didn't. Seeing as the Diameter does have a effect to Monster Reborn, negating the Ash. don't forget, diameter does have an effect. I guess that's why he just went for that line.
Interesting that Peter didn't ash the desires.
I mean, yeah, it's a tough call. It's again a blind desires, and then you just get blown out by my hand was perfect anyway, plus tactics. I mean,
It's a rough one. Desires is always a +1, right? So you want
I'll ash a desires all day.
Yeah, I usually do.
Depends on the deck. Like Sword Soul, I'll ash desires all day. There's no good target for ash. At least in Math Mech, Alan Bersham's a great card to Ash Blossom, right? Except when it's made with diameter, unfortunately.
This kind of signals though too, dudes, that this might likely be Peter's only hand trap, because obviously if he had something like an infinite permanence, he would have ashed the desires, imperms the elevation. So
yeah, and yeah, look at him. Good player, did not banish super factorial off desires. Must be nice. All right, so from here we can go into the sort of classic Math Mech combo, I guess. We go Link Disciple or Splash Mage here, go into either Heat Soul or end on like IP plus Linkuriboh. It seems like he's going for Heat Soul. This is the more conservative line.
I've been correct in this situation too.
I like the Ling. I mean, it's good against Evenly Matched. Evenly Matched is quite good against Super Factorial exactly.
Penhouse Knife to draw 1 card.
I mean, I do like drawing 1 card. I will admit. I love that Heat Soul has like been good. I love Heat Soul. Such a cool card. We got like 2 years too late.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, a good hand from Peter could beat this. I mean, Super Factorial. There is the Evenly Matched. So, like I said, the punish for not making Linkuriboh, kind of huge.
Fenrir there as well.
It's a good hand. Fenrir, Birth,
Lance.
Evenly Matched Lance. I like it.
He's definitely going to get to play. Do you lead here with the evenly or no?
I would. I'm kind of a believer in like if you can evenly, you should evenly, because yeah, like the punish is something like this, but Forbidden Lance is it's quite nice here, I must admit. Sort of puts dudes in the position like, do I just fire the Super Factorial now? 3 cards in hand, very likely to rip like a good card out of Peter Bird's hand. And as we discussed before, Fenrir is not the card you want to open, so theoretically removing the Fenrir from the field could be pretty bad. But yeah, now he doesn't really have a chance to evenly matched, right?
No.
Unless, actually, no, he will, because Tootson is going to fire up Super Factorial.
True.
Again, the thing is, if you leave on evenly, right, you don't have to contest the Book of Eclipse. Or if you do, you're forcing out dudes into early Super Factorial and hope to rip the evenly out of your hand, right?
Yeah.
It's a dead card. Like, obviously, if Dudson gets unlucky here, it doesn't hit the evenly out of Peter's hand, that's fine. But I don't think Peter has a play, right? It's got Birth. If that's Birth, that's game. Pressured Planet. Not the worst, not the worst. We have 1 negate to play through. Now the evenly, though, does nothing. Because Andrew Dudson only controls 1 card, so the Birth gets negated by...
He's got the Heat Soul still there. So.
Yeah, but the Birth...
Yeah.
Do we negate evenly? No way. There's no way we would negate evenly here. No, yeah.
So he just waits. He actually uses the Heat Soul there.
Because you think, like, my opponent has 1 card, I have 1 negate. GG.
Yeah.
There we go. Dudson with a swift one. 2-0. Congratulations.
Completely takes out... Oh, I mean, that was dominant. I mean, 18-minute round.
It's not close. Look at his hand. His hand is Parallel Exceed, Signet Mining, Kurikara. Small World. My God.
So, congratulations again to Andrew Dudson.
Has he won every time we've streamed this?
Yeah.
I can't believe it. The man cannot be stopped.
I mean, put us on commentary, put Dudson in a tournament. It seems to be the way to go.
Thanks so much for your contributions, guys.
Live. Congratulations, Andrew Dudson, on taking out the regional in Dunedin. Another win in Dunedin.
We are ending the way we started with Dudson winning another regional.
I love it here. It's a great place to play.
He loves it, folks.
So obviously we saw the power of Mathmech in that game, being able to extend through multiple hand traps and still just push out an exit code and take out a quick win. Mathmech, obviously a choice that you've made based on maybe some results over the country. Why did you bring that into the tournament today?
I saw Sinesia's list and I went, wow, that's a lot better than playing Adventure Plunder today. So I did that instead, yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
You drew amazing. Peter, you really fought through all those matches on stream. Like, congratulations. You did a fantastic job. Dudeson's hands were just like built by God himself, some of those ones.
Yeah, that hand game one was very, very strong.
It was decent. It was decent.
And my hand was double Desires, double Ash,
Yep.
and the Unicorn was just like, yeah.
Did you think about ashing the Small World? Was that like a consideration?
Yes, but I get benefits from the banished pile, and it's just like he's most likely going to go off anyway. So it's deciding
hard call.
Deciding which card to banish and realistic if he gets to the Mathmech, the common negate.
The Diamond one, yeah.
It's
Diamond
basically
is very,
game over.
very good. Yeah.
But he had Small World plus Eclipse plus was it Parallel Exceed and Extender and Nibiru? I think was his opponent. So.
Yeah, it's not bad, eh?
Decent. Yeah, but congratulations, Dudson. Well done.
Cheers.
It is kind of symbolic that we are going out with another Dudson win, because I think the first one we ever did, you also took that out with Prank Kids. So
yeah.
Saw the Battle Butler Field Center as well.
Enjoy Dunedin tonight and enjoy your win.
Absolutely will.
And Peter, hard luck on losing out there in the final, but we saw you perform pretty well throughout the day, and I'm sure we'll see you at another tournament very soon.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
That's pretty much it from us. We will sign off here. Thank you everyone for tuning in today.
Yeah, thank you.
Watching the Dunedin Regional at Dice Jar Games. Thank you as well to Greg for running the store in Dunedin for so long and putting on multiple recent events here.
So it may be the last Dice Jar Yu-Gi-Oh stream that we will do, but it may not be the last time you see us or Greg or Joe and I. Dudson winning another regional could all happen again. So keep your eyes on the scene, folks.
Sweet as. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. And thank you, Joe. That was a great commentary from your part.
Yeah, it's good to be back in the box with you. Obviously, we've covered quite a few of the Dice Jar events. I believe almost every single one of them we've been in the commentary box, and it's been a journey. So, yeah, thank you very much for joining me today, and also thank you to Greg again for putting on yet another just very clean stream. It's been a pleasure to be able to see the cards on screen and see what's going on and have all these crazy good transitions. But there we are. There is your winner, Andrew Dudson of Christchurch, taking out the Dunedin Regional.
Congratulations, Dudson. Thank you for joining us, and thank you, Joe, for the like I said, fantastic co-commentary. Great job. I've missed it. It's fun.
It's good fun, and hopefully we see more of these from Greg in the future, maybe under a different banner, but we look forward to see what the future holds for Greg. So thank you very much, everyone, and thank you for watching along at home. See ya.
Thank you.